anyway. The first one I'm going to pass out has to do with the nursing home. We've been talking for a long time and doing a lot of planning on building a nursing home. So what this resolution does is it authorizes the hiring of a firm called D.A. Davidson. And D.A. Davidson is going to prepare and sell bonds to finance the construction of the new facility up there. This resolution also authorizes the nursing home to retain D.A. Davidson, to retain the law firm of Kutak, Rock and Rock to serve as bond counsel, to engage Wrangle Construction as the design builder, and to engage LSC Architects as the architect. And again, this resolution only authorizes them to do that. The final documents for the sale of the bonds before they're approved up to be sold will have to come back to this body for final approval. I told the board that the tribe will not put up any collateral other than the nursing home itself. That's all, the only collateral the tribe will have to put up. The loan itself will be paid back through the reimbursement process that the nursing home has with Medicare and Medicaid. Once the final costs of the bonds and stuff are determined and we get ready to sell the bonds, that will be submitted to the Medicare Medicaid office, and that would be our payments will be adjusted accordingly to make sure that the bond payments are made as they're supposed to be made. And again, I just want to let you know that this isn't the final document. This is a resolution that authorizes them to proceed. All the final documents still have to come back here for your final approval before anybody can sign them. Now, there's an issue here that we need to have a little bit of discussion on. That every time we talk about loans like this, then the issue of the limited waiver of sovereign immunity always comes up. So if you don't mind, I want to take about 5 minutes to briefly explain what all that is. And I think Eric is here listening, so Eric can correct me if I misstate anything or whatever. But all tribal governments enjoy the privilege of being immune, and that's just to prevent a tribal government from being sued by everybody, because there are a lot of things we do for the membership. And these governments are owned by the people, so there's no sense suing ourselves. So that's why we're immune from suit, so that we can enjoy, meeting our obligations of doing what we need to do for the people. There are certain limited things that can break that immunity from suit, such as violating individual rights, civil rights, or gross misconduct, those kind of things. But other than that, we enjoy immunity from suit. But from time to time, even the federal government, even the state governments, all governments need assistance, and primarily in the form of financial assistance. So when you talk about financial assistance and the people that are going to give you this money or loan this money to you, they want to be assured that they're going to be paid back. So then the concept of a limited waiver of sovereign immunity comes into play. And what that does is that allows the tribal government to do an agreement with whoever, and in that agreement, the tribal government can say, because you're going to loan us this money, or you're going to do these services for us, or whatever they're going to do, then we agree that if we don't perform or we don't pay when we're supposed to, then you can take us to court and recoup what's due to you. But it's limited to whatever is in that agreement. If it's a loan for a car, then it's only limited to that car. If it's a contract to provide legal services, it's only limited to the amount of money obligated for those services. That's why they're called limited waiver of sovereign immunity. And triads become even more complicated because not only do we enjoy that immunity, but we also have a special arrangement or our special whatever with the federal government, because the federal government is supposed to be our trustee. So there are special laws, special rules. We have our treaties. We have all these other things that come into play when we're talking about our protection and our immunity. So that's why when everybody comes here to any tribal government and wants to do business, they want to be assured that their interests also are going to protect it. And it's our duty to protect the interests of the tribe so that if we do services, monthly services, we're only going to limit it to as little as possible. One of the big things that are always negotiated in this waiver of sovereign immunity is the venue by which these agreements are going to be enforced. What I mean by venue is which court is going to have jurisdiction over these matters to enforce it, whether the tribe or the contractor, whoever. Everybody that wants to do business with us wants us to go to the state court because that's what they're used to. That's where, whenever there's a dispute in anyplace else, unless it's a federal violation, everybody goes to state court. We don't want to give the state any jurisdiction over us whatsoever. They don't have any now. We don't want them to have. Therefore, in the future, we're always going to fight that. So that's why on all these agreements, we fight vehemently that we will not agree to any kind of state court. If there is a venue that we use, our choice is a tribal court. If they cannot agree upon using a tribal court, the next best thing is federal court. But we do not want to agree to state court because we do not want to give them any kind of jurisdiction over us whatsoever. And that's usually the fight. As far as the laws go, when we do these waivers, it's always negotiated which set of rules you're going to use, which laws you're going to use. And most of the companies don't want to use ours because ours are so archaic. They don't address all the needs that may arise in a civil dispute. So then we agree to, well, we'll use the South Dakota state law, or we'll use Delaware state law. That's just the law that we agree to use if it's ever going to be adjudicated. Those laws are fair to everybody, so it's not at our disadvantage at all. It's just that we agree that's the laws we're going to use if it ever goes to court. One of the things that I would like to see, been trying to get done, haven't never had time to do it, but we need to have our law office, or either Attorney General's law office or somebody develop an ordinance for us that addresses sovereign immunity. This ordinance would spell out specifically what the tribe is willing to do and what they're willing not to do, so that when Eric has to fight these lawyers over that language, all he has to do is say, look, this is our ordinance, this is what we have to follow, take it or leave it. That would make our jobs so much easier, but we're not there. This is where we're at today with the sovereign immunity. In this particular case with a nursing home, It's taken Eric now over 4 months to arm wrestle this big firm's lawyers over the language and this limited waiver. They were judged in state court. He said that as a matter of fact, according to their own rules, with these bonds that have to be state court, Eric argued, showed him where it doesn't have to be. So they finally agreed, state court is not a part of this. But that's where we're at in this agreement. So I just wanted to take 5 minutes to explain that to you. Are there any questions? Oh, the other thing I want to remind you is this limited waiver is done every day. Every time you sign a contract with Serval, it's in there. Every time you sign a contract with Marco, it's in there. Every time you sign a contract with a lawyer or any kind of a electrician or any kind of contractor, it's in there. So it's something you do every day. It's our job just to make sure that it's done properly. That we limited it to just what it's in that scope of services and nothing else. We had some trouble with directors a while back where directors were signing these things. They weren't even looking, so the waivers were putting this in court, state court. Well, we since stopped all that, but I'm just letting you know that it's a common course of business now. Almost everything we do on a daily basis with any outside agency has that limited waiver.
Okay, we have a resolution that needs to be brought on and presented. We need somebody to do that. Lisa, you can do that?
Emergency.
Legislation, we need a number.
153.
153, need a second. Gordon, question by Ray. All in favor? Bringing it on as emergency legislation.
Did you guys find a limited waiver on the back? That's on section 9.
Be good to read that section 8 till the end of 9.
Opposed? Not voting. Okay, motion carried.
I'll start at the fifth, whereas the tribe has need to finance the acquisition, construction, equipping, and furnishing of a replacement nursing home in White River, South Dakota. And whereas to finance the cost of the project, including all design, construction costs, financing costs, and necessary reserves, the tribal council expects that it will be necessary for the tribe to issue its tribal healthcare revenue bonds. Rosebud Sioux Tribe Nursing Home Project Series 2022, the bonds, in an aggregate principal amount of approximately $19,500,000. And whereas it is necessary that the tribe engage certain professions to assist with the design, construction, and financing of the project. Now therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe of the Rosebud Indian Reservation, South Dakota, as follows. Section 1. An urgent and present need exists for the replacement nursing home within the tribe, and it remains and is in the best interest of the tribe to finance the construction, equipping, and furnishing of the project. Section 2, the tribal council authorizes the president and his authorized delegate to make non-binding findings and recommendations regarding the location, size, scope, and feasibility of the project to and for review by tribal council. Section 3, the tribal council hereby engages a firm D.A. Davidson and Company to act as underwriter or placement agent with respect to the findings of the project. Section 4, the tribal council hereby engages the law firm of Kutak Brock LLP to serve as bond counsel with respect to any bonds of the tribe issued in connection with the financing of the project. Section 5, the tribal council hereby engages Rangel Construction Company LLC as a design builder with respect to the project. Section 6, the tribal council hereby engages an LSE Architects as the architect with respect to the project. Section 7, in order to make the agreements and contracts, the consulting agreements, the DA Division and Company Kutak Rock LLP, Rangel Construction Company LLC, and LSE Architects, collectively the consultants, enforceable for the tribe, the tribal council expressly A, Waives the tribe's sovereign immunity concerning disputes with respect to the transactions completed by the consulting agreements. B, waives the right to trial by jury. C, waives the doctrines of exhaustion of tribal remedies and claims of comity. D, consents to the arbitration provisions provided by the consulting agreement. E, consents to jurisdiction in federal courts located in South Dakota and other courts of competent jurisdiction other than the state of courts. And F, consents to the law of South Dakota as the law governing the consulting agreements. Such waivers and consents to jurisdictions are confirmed and deemed irrevocable. The tribal council expressly surrenders and waives the right of the tribe to pass or adopt any resolution or ordinance or approve or allow any other action or any nature of the tribe or of any breach, division, authority, agency, subsidiary, board, commission, or other instrumentality of the tribe, or of any officer, employee, or agent of the foregoing except as required by the federal or state law, that shall impair the contractual rights of any party to or third party under any of the consulting agreements. Upon execution and delivery of each consulting agreement as herein authorized, such document shall become a valid and binding obligation of the tribe, enforceable in accordance with its terms for purposes of tribal law and the laws of the other applicable jurisdictions. Section 8, adoption of this resolution does not constitute final approval by the tribal council with respect to the project or the issuance of any bonds to finance the cost thereof, and does not obligate the tribal council to further consider such project and bonds at a future date. Section 9, all actions previously done or taken by the tribal council or any other officer, employee, or agent of the tribe in connection with the project and the financing thereof are hereby ratified, confirmed, and approved in all respects. The president or his authorized delegate is hereby authorized to execute any and all instruments as are necessary or desirable to effectuate the purposes of this resolution.
Discussion. Kathy, go ahead.
Morning, council. Can we just, for the record and those listening, have, Lisa read that in? Read the section 8 on the part of the waiver, because of course that is going to be a main question among our tribal members.
And section
Yeah,
9.
section 9.
This is on the actual agreement that's attached to the back. Section 8, consent to arbitration governing law waiver of jury trial. Subject to section 9 below, any claim or action in respect to this engagement letter shall be brought for binding private arbitration to be conducted under the American Arbitration Association's commercial arbitration rules and mediation procedures. The law of South Dakota shall govern any such claim or action. The tribe expressly waives any requirement for the exhaustion of remedies in any court or forum of the tribe. The tribe agrees that any notice or document by registered mail or equivalent or reputable courier addressed to the tribe shall be effective notice for any proceedings brought for arbitration. The tribe agrees that a final judgment in any such proceeding brought in any such court shall be conclusive and binding upon the tribe and may be enforced in any court of competent jurisdiction by suit upon judgment. Each party agrees to waive any right to a jury trial with respect to any claim, counterclaim, or action arising out of or in connection with this agreement, or the transactions contemplated hereby, or the relationship between the parties. Parties agree to waive consequential and punitive damages. Section 9, limited waiver of sovereign immunity. The tribe agrees to waive its sovereign immunity from any proceeding and any defense based thereof, arising out of or relating to this engagement letter, including the enforcement thereof. As provided in section 8 above, however, that 1, this waiver is limited to the recovery of no more than the amount owing as set forth in the engagement letter, including expenses. 2, the only funds that will be available to satisfy judgment shall be the pledged revenues. 3, this waiver does not extend nor allow any award of punitive or exemplary damages against the tribe. And 4, this waiver will expire with 3 months following the expiration of the engagement period, except with the respective legal actions on file as of such date.
Is there any discussion? Emily, go ahead.
Thank you. I just have a small question on
that language there in section 8, is there a way that we could add the same clause that's in the resolution that says other than state court when it's talking about any competent court?
I don't see that as a problem, do you, Eric? No. No, that's,
It would just match the language that was on the resolution. Thank you.
Is the land that the new facility is going to be on, is that in trust?
yes.
Okay.
And again, when it talks about, what funds are available to address any dispute or any default, I told and we agreed to the only collateral that the tribe is putting up is the nursing home facility itself. That's it.
Darrell, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry I was late. I just want to say that in regards to sovereignty, we are the only people that could give it up, and I will not. So I live in White River. I had a relative, my aunt, got sick in there and passed away in there. Nowhere in this does it say anything in regards to our relatives that are in there. It's 85% Sichungu and Iguala in there. I don't know when the last time any of you ever visited your relatives there, but it's Peri. And you guys are trying to give up sovereign immunity. I know it's for a nursing home, but you know, in White River, we have a hard time. People dying over there because of jurisdiction. I'm against this. You know, if anything, this should have went to the people in an election form, not us guys deciding this. You know, sovereignty is something that we barely have, we cling to, yet we have no idea what it entails. And this right here, this sets it in stone that we don't know what we're doing. I am against it, and I bet you the Oyate is too if you ask them. If you ask them.
Any more discussion? Go ahead, Michelle.
Section 9, I was just curious as to the waiver will expire in 3 months after the date. Why does it go past 3 months later?
Sure, I suppose it's for any problems that might arise after it's done. I'm not sure. Can you answer me? Help me answer that, Eric?
Well, without an expiration date, it would continue to the statute of limitations for contract actions would be 6 years. So this puts a time frame on that. And if there are any issues that arise, you either have to go to arbitration and litigation, gives that 3 month period of time to resolve those before they get to that point, having to go to litigation.
But why isn't 3 months? Why isn't it just right after the project is finished?
Well, because sometimes those issues aren't apparent until after all the reports are filed in the financial.
And my other question is, all of this info in here is, to me, comes off as if the tribe doesn't pay, if the tribe fails, if the tribe this, if the tribe that. But what about them? Like, where in here do we hold them accountable if they don't finish their job? Because we've had that happen with the daycare. So it's not,
Those provisions apply to the.
it doesn't say that though. It references the tribe.
This document here, the resolution authorizes us, them to enter into contracts. And those contracts are the little list of what our rights are, and if they don't perform, then we get sued, whatever. This document here isn't that document yet. It just authorizes them to do those contracts, bring them back here, and for you guys to see.
You can make sure those provisions. Final documents, this is.
Most of the time on contracts and stuff, we have if somebody doesn't perform, we go right to court. Resolve our disputes. More recently, the reason why these things are so complicated more recently is we chose to use tribal entities to do that. That's where the complication occurs. Because the tribe, in a sense, then starts to sue itself. Whenever there's a contractor here, other than the tribe that hasn't performed, Eric or whoever, it's always taken to court. That has never been a problem. These contractors, these individuals that do work for us or loan us the money wherever they do, I mean, they don't have sovereign immunity. They're not immune from suit. They do something wrong, we have the right to sue them. It's us that has immunity from suit. If we do something wrong, if we don't allow them, they cannot sue us. That's why all this language talks about the tribes immunity from suit. Because we're the only ones that have it. These banks, these individuals, these corporations, they don't have it in suit. We can sue them for whatever, whenever, however we want to.
This is just for the building, right? Not the residents within. This is just for the building, right? Not with for the residents within.
This in no way impacts or whatever their operation. And their operations, they have agreements with Medicare, Medicaid. They have agreements with all these other agencies that they have to adhere to. This doesn't pertain to that. This only pertains to us allowing them to use the A. Davidson to sell bonds to finance the construction of a new facility. Once the facility is built and the tribe accepts occupancy, then our agreement limits their exposure to 3 months after that, rather than following the traditional statute of limitations.
Daryl, go ahead.
I got a question regarding the construction, the current facility, you guys tapped for geothermal energy. And when you did that, White River in particular is a hot spot for Wiwilas, Munichate, the hot ones. And so when you guys tapped in at the nursing home, you cooled off all the surrounding ones. And so, you know, this construction that you guys are doing, that you're proposing with these consultants, you know, why don't you ever come to the people that live in the country that utilize these wiwilas, that still go out and harvest on the land and stuff? When the nursing home plugged into the hot water, you devastated the surrounding area. So this construction, yeah, you know, they need a new nursing home up there, but are you really looking at everything around it? Because it sounds like it just a bunch of consultants that got together with just a couple people, you know? They're always pulling fast ones on us, and now our immunity for sovereignty is coming up and in question. You know, we have a lot of ancestors that are probably rolling over on their scaffolds, hitting the ground right now, you know? Because I know those graves are probably dusty coming up. Because this talk right now that us tribal council have on our shoulders is tough. And it's something that we're going to have to go home and speak to our families about, because, you know, you just don't give up sovereignty.
Kathy, go ahead.
Morning, Council. When contingent on the decision of today, I know this came up at the beginning of when this term started, but looking at the CARES Act that was handed out to us, there's a lot of unobligated funds in there that's in between line items. There are funds that were given to whoever requested them, weren't all fully spent. There's ARPA funds that aren't fully spent, that have to be spent by a certain time. Is it possible to deobligate some of that toward this? And is there other options? Because you have to have that contingency plan, because obviously you were aware that our sovereignty would arise today with this. And a lot of people look at it as that's all we have as a tribe to stand on a lot is our sovereignty. So I'm hoping that you have a contingency plan of how to do this. The nursing home has been tried to be improved, rebuilt, moved, everything for the last 10 years. I remember at one point in time, we had members that went to Shakopee to get financing. I don't know what the outcome of that ever was, because that was the hope then at that time, is that Shakopee would invest and build a new nursing home for us. So I'm just saying, I hope that if, when we're done voting on this, that we make that plan. And where you mentioned you're suggesting on developing the ordinance that addresses sovereign immunity. That's really important, and maybe that's something that really should be done as quickly as possible for situations such as this. And at the point in time when we are ready to vote, I'm asking for a roll call vote.
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to comment just real briefly. Kathy, thanks for bringing that up, but the tribe did borrow money from Shakopee. We borrowed money from Shakopee when we built that new store. We added on to the building at Redco. We borrowed like a little over $9 million from them. But they're no different than a bank. They're our friends. I'm really close to all of them out there. But when it comes to money, they're no different than the bank. They made us amend our law and order code so that you had access to the collateral. We had to actually amend our codes to meet them. So that's what I'm saying. They're no different than the bank in protecting their assets for their people. As far as any alternate ways of building that nursing home, I don't know. You know, we have some ARPA money now that's designated for building homes, but our need for our buildings are so great. Our nursing home is just one that's needs to prepare right now. Our courthouse is next one coming up, and we have all these buildings that we need to provide these services. This next set of funds I'm bringing up, to me, is I'm trying to establish a pathway where we can address all those needs now and in the future, but it all hinges on understanding and willing to deal with the sovereign immunity issue. Sovereign immunity isn't like us having 5 pounds of sovereign immunity. Each time we give it up, a piece goes out till it's gone. It's not like that whatsoever. That immunity from suit is ours to deal with. We just have to make sure that when we do it, it's done properly so that the state doesn't take advantage, and then all of a sudden becomes, our court that has jurisdiction over us. Those kind of issues we have to, not the idea of immunity from suit itself. That is ours to do as we want. I'm telling you, every country, every state has to deal with this issue when they go borrow money. They have other ways of doing it. They'll have to deal with this issue. Because we have these special relationships. Ours is a little more difficult to deal with and to understand.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Were there bids or were there other options that were of a lesser amount? I mean, is this very extravagant, or how was the plan developed? And I think that when something like this comes up, before we even get that far, that maybe some of those ideas and plans should be shared among the council, make a decision as, okay, we should have these other plans and have choices to make. And this large amount, 390 million, is that what it was?
19.
Yeah. Was that our only option? Were there other options for choices as far as how much would have to be spent to build? I mean, that same report I'm talking about, the millions of dollars that went to all the double wides, the single wides, all the vehicles, all the equipment, everything that got expended from ARPA and CARES was a very, very large amount, in the millions. And so you think about all that, and now here we're trying to come up with this much money for our nursing home. We've known that this is a need. It seems like that would have been an option at that point in time when we had that much money available. But
I truly agree with you, Kathy. We got $198 million, and 80% of that was sent out for individual assistance. 80% of $198 million. That's why we have such a little bit left. And so I truly agree with you.
I mean, it really should have and would have, should have been one of the proposals that was submitted when we had that big amount of money with our tribe.
And to answer your questions about the design itself, I am not on the board. I am not that active up there. You have people that sit on the board, maybe they have a little more insight. All I'm trying to do is help them facilitate getting it done.
We have Jordan and Lisa.
Thank you. Good morning, council. I sit on the board for White River Healthcare now. So I kind of got on in the middle, I think I've been on for like 4 months now, 5 months, yeah. And I kind of got on right as soon as they started the design. So it's kind of gonna go around the facility that's there now. And it's gonna be like a horseshoe shape, but the layout is kind of open for the nursing staff and the director of nursing to like deem how they want to. So I don't know if you guys ever been into the nursing home that's existing right now, but the men have one side and the women have the other. And some of their doors aren't even equipped for wheelchairs. So some of their doors have to be taken off because they're so old just to put a wheelchair through them. The tribe put up $600,000 to help them get started with building, to start the process for it. And so the call lights only work on some of those rooms as well for our elders that are in there. We had to repair the alarm system, and just for that alone was 20 grand. And that was just so our patients can pull the string if they need somebody to come in there and help them. Our beds that are, like most of our tribal members are laying on are probably like 3 inches thick. Some of them don't even have the railings for like fall risks. It's kind of just bad. So the new building is going to have, some of them will have private rooms for the patients who need private rooms. And then the other ones are going to be, there's going to be a room, then the bathroom's kind of going to be in the middle, and then the next room. So they'll share a bathroom on each side. And then the lights in there, like if I share a room with Sherry and she's in the bathroom on my side, I won't be able to get in there because the light will be on. But I can bring some more of those blueprints if you guys want some later on, or I kind of just wanted to give an update because that building is in terrible shape that our patients are in right now. And I understand that we have had several meetings with DA Davidson about the sovereignty. And I don't know if we have time to go back to the drawing board to start it, but like Wayne is saying, it's kind of just the preliminary document. Maybe we can have longer conversations about I know we've talked about it several times, but maybe more in depth.
And D.A. Davidson, with their room full of lawyers, said that it was impossible to change the language. There are all these rules you had to follow. Our lawyer, their arm wrestled them, showed them where they were lying, so the language got changed. So there is no state court involvement here. So all that is possible.
Lisa, Kathy, Michelle, and Sheriff.
I just wanted to emphasize on the imperative need of this facility. I know I was going to refer to Jordan because I know she sat on that board and we did have discussions of the new layout of it and how much bigger it's going to be. I mean, even now, the residents up there don't even have phones in their own rooms to make calls. They have to go up and use somebody's cell phone or the landline up at the front. But I know like 6 years ago, the facility was in tough shape. They used to always come and ask us for money to operate, but the management up there right now is doing a really good job and they've been self-sufficient for several years now. And so it was really exciting to see something like this come up and see that they're actually going to expand it. And, you know, the nursing homes around our surrounding area are closing. I know the one in Burke closed, the one in the Hash House in Bones still closed. I think, did you say the one in Martin?
Martin and Kadoka.
Yeah, so we're looking at limited space up there now, and we don't want to have to send our elders to, you know, further than the places that are closed, so. But thanks for that, Jordan. I just wanted to ask you about the design.
When I talked about a contingency plan with what Jordan has shared with us, in the event the outcome of this decision in this voting occurs, if it fails, then I think that part of that contingency plan is all the issues that she's bringing up. We as a tribe should have the funding to repair anything that, like everything she's mentioning, would be of a lesser amount until we can come up with that large amount of brand new structure. I'm just putting things out there that we have to think ahead, and based on the outcome of the voting, we should have a plan to make those repairs, get those phones, fix those doors. You know, we should have funding available right now within the tribe to go and make those repairs for now until a future date, all depending on the outcome of today's vote.
Michelle, sure.
Just curious as to, is there a deadline on this? Like, does it have to be decided today?
No, I don't think there's no real deadline. It's just something that they've been waiting for a while. And I just want to expound on what Jordan said here. You know, she just talks about the equipment and stuff. She didn't tell you that the one of those wings, the foundation is given away, and the whole building is settling and starting to come apart. So it could be we could be one major rainstorm away from that whole thing falling, and then we're SOL. I mean, there's no real deadline, but there is a deadline, if you know what I mean.
So even if it was agreed upon today, it's not like it's gonna be done
No.
in a month or so.
No.
So, I mean, we still have to face those issues if it happens. I'm just wondering, because I think that it would be a good idea if we can at least be able to take it back to our communities and visit with some of our relatives and see what they think about it. It shouldn't just be our decision alone, because it's a big decision. And although in your mind, it's a good idea and that we're not chipping away at our sovereign immunity, but in our people's minds, we are. I mean, it's gonna be a big issue with them. So I think that we should be able to take it back, and at least, because that's what we're here for. We're the voice of the people. So we should listen to them and see what they have to say as well.
And I agree. I mean, it's just not. Every time this issue comes up, there's different people in this room, and different people have to learn about it. So I understand that there's 33,000 people out there that don't know anything all about it. So it's up to you to really fully understand what the issues are, what it really is, so that you can explain to them in terms that they understand and no longer afraid of it. Because as long as you don't understand and you're afraid of it, they don't understand, they're going to be afraid of it, and nothing's going to get done. We're a tribal government. We don't have the ability to raise taxes or do all this stuff to meet the needs of our people. So we have to rely on the outside. And every time we deal with the outside, these questions have to be addressed, because they don't want to come in here unless they're assured that their resources, their lives, or whatever are protected. So either we agree that we're going to meet the needs of our people and progress, or we're going to sit back and we're going to have our hand out and waiting for the government to give us money. Those are our two biggest options. There are smaller ones in the middle, but those are our two biggest options. But again, if we're going to take it back to the community, you guys need to read whatever you need to do so that you guys fully understand the issue, so that you guys can fully understand to those 33,000 people out there what we're talking about, so they are no longer afraid. That's my comment.
Then some of those issues should have been brought up so we could have been educated instead of having to come here and make a decision on the fly. And that's what's scary for me.
I understand, and that's why I made the comment that every time we deal about this issue, different people are on the table. And I did mail this out a couple of weeks ago so that you guys have opportunity to look at it, but I understand this stuff. I really understand. I'm not criticizing. I'm just telling you that's why our people are afraid, because they don't understand.
Sure. Go ahead.
I really, I think that, I'm sure that the language waiver of sovereign immunity is typical language, but I think that we should really rethink that. I'd approve this today if that was stricken from there. And I get it. I worked for Redco for several years, and there was a lot of business loans that we tried to get to start our businesses over there because the tribe never invests. We just tell Redco to start a business and we tell them to start a business and we let them go and leave it up to them. We never invest. So, so I understand the frustration here and I understand the business side of this, but it just comes down to what you and Michelle both said is that it looks like we are waiving sovereignty and we haven't waived sovereignty, limited sovereign immunity for 3 years. I remember even a Marco contract coming here and we kicked it back. So I want to make a motion to table this until the 26th.
Okay, there's a motion to table. Can we get a second? Second by Michelle. Let's vote on it. There's no more debate, so all in favor?
We're gonna roll call.
Table.
9 in favor, opposed? Not voting? Table till the 26th and pass, so we'll bring it back on the 26th.
Yeah, and I'm just hoping that in that time we can go back and have some opportunity to talk to our people and let them know. And I think we should really have some forums, some open discussion and maybe host some Q&As about limited sovereign immunity waivers. Because, you know, we put childcare in a really poor position last month or gee, I don't know, I can't remember, not last month, a few months ago. Because they came here asking for their building too, and there was contract, there's a contract attached and there was limited sovereign waiver, sorry, I can't even talk today. Limited sovereign immunity waivers in that, so we denied it. And it put Gail's program in a really hard position. So what's good for one's good for all, and I know that wasn't good for her, so if there's something we can do to help our programs, and if this is something that we shouldn't be scared of, then let's hear what our people have to say and do what Michelle said and educate them. Thank you.
Thanks, Council. The other resolutions had to get into the same issue, so if we're gonna take the nursing home out, take out the other ones for the courthouse and the houses out too. It's the same issues. And I'm gonna stop work on everything until I hear back from you guys. Thank you.
Okay, so
I have a couple more things that I need to get done, if you don't mind. One is, when we're here yesterday, the OST officer said that there's a form that we need to fill out to authorize who's gonna receive these reports. Remember the report she talks about? Here's a resolution and there's the forms on the back, so if you guys would mind telling us who you want on these forms, so I can get it out to her.
I'll move for emergency.
a motion for emergency legislation, it's 154. Need a second? Wayne, question by Chris. All in favor? Opposed? 0. Not voting? 2. Motion to approve?
Motion to approve 2024-154. So this was in reference to that resolution I talked when Jolene was here.
Jordan seconds. Go ahead.
I'll start with the fourth whereas. Whereas the Black Hills are sacred lands of the Great Sioux Nation and the 1851 and 1868 treaties with the Sioux Nation recognize the Black Hills as an essential part of the original homeland of the Sioux Nation. And whereas the Great Sioux Nation fought and won the Powder River War in 1867 to protect our sacred lands in the Black Hills and the Powder River Country. And whereas the 1868 treaty with the Great Sioux Nation reserves the Black Hills for the absolute and undisturbed use of the Sioux Nation as an essential part of our permanent home. And whereas in the 1868 treaty, the United States pledges to honor that war against the Great Sioux Nation shall forever cease. And whereas the President and Congress violated the 1868 treaty and the U.S. Constitution by unlawfully taking the Black Hills, and whereas the United States v. Sioux Nation 448 U.S. 371 1980, the United States Supreme Court found the unconstitutional taking of the Black Hills in violation of the 1868 treaty was perhaps the most ripe and rank case of dishonorable dealing in American history. And whereas the Sioux Nation tribes have rejected a mere monetary settlement that has called upon the United States to return federal lands in the Black Hills to the Sioux Nation tribes, yet for 40 years, the United States has not acted to further justice for the Sioux Nation in the Black Hills. And whereas the Sioux Nation tribes have taken a clear, unequivocal, and unwavering position that the Black Hills are not for sale, and the Rosebud Sioux tribe stands firmly on that decision to defend the 1868 treaty. And whereas on March 18, 2024, the United States Department of Interior Bureau of Trust Funds Administration sent a letter to the Rosebud Sioux tribe, Tribal Land Enterprises, to request consultation on investments in trust fund accounts for the monetary awards made to the Sioux Nation as a result of the court decision in the United States v. Sioux Nation. For investment of trust funds for disbursements based upon consultation from each tribe of the Sioux Nation. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux tribe rejects requests for consultation for disbursements of the Black Hills trust funds, and the Rosebud Sioux tribe reaffirms and continues to take the clear, unequivocal, and unwavering position that the Black Hills are not for sale. And the Rosebud Sioux tribe stands firmly on that decision to defend the 1868 treaty. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux tribe, by resolution of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council, designates the president, vice president, and treasurer of the Rosebud Sioux tribe, P.O. Box 430, Rosebud, South Dakota 57570, as the tribal officials designated to receive any and all correspondence reports, communications, and disclosures from the United States Department of Interior, Bureau of Trust Funds Management, and as further set out in Exhibit 1 attached and incorporated by this reference. Now therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux tribe rejects requests for consultations for disbursements of the Black Hills Trust funds, and the Rosebud Sioux tribe reaffirms and continues to take a clear and unequivocal and wavering position that the Black Hills are not for sale, and the Rosebud Sioux tribe stands firmly on that decision to defend the 1868 treaty. And be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux tribe, by resolution of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council, designates the president, vice president, and treasurer of the Rosebud Sioux tribe, P.O. Box 430, Rosebud, South Dakota 57570, as the tribal officials designated to receive any and all correspondence, reports, communications, and disclosures from the United States Department of Interior, Bureau of Trust Management, and further set out in Exhibit 1, attached and incorporated by reference. So, this was the form, attached is the form that Jolene had mentioned, who was authorized to receive that letter. I don't know if you recall, the letter went to Plea for Many Horses like a month before we seen it. And Scott, I don't think, Chairman, you didn't get a letter at all, so.
I didn't see one.
So we can put designee on here as the tribal president, vice president, and treasurer, or maybe we could even put the in-house attorney on there. Just so we know that our attorney receives that correspondence also, if they should send anything out.
That'd be good.
So, we can add the, in-house attorney?
Yes, do you guys feel comfortable with that, or do you just want to leave the officers on there?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Emily, and then, Vera and Ray.
Thank you. I did a quick question as far as, can we list those like officer positions or do we have to list individuals' names?
No, it's
And
just,
does it-
officers, because you never know who's gonna
Yeah.
be in office.
Thank you.
Vera?
Good morning. My great-grandfather, Thomas Highpine, and his brothers, they're original Oglala Lakota Treaty Council members. And they served proudly. When they went to Washington DC, they would correspond in Lakota back so that nobody could interpret it in the English language. So when I'm seeing this, I don't see no input from our treaty council, and I don't see anyone that can speak Lakota that can interpret this and take it back. So I don't know how good I am having just 3 people speak for a whole Oyate, and not even just an Oyate, an Oshpaya. So, you know, I don't know how to feel about this because as, you know, it's good, it's kind of contradicting this resolution. On one hand, it says that we reject it, and then another, we're giving them some power to accept. So I don't know, I'm not cool with it, so there you go.
Ray, Sharon, and Kathy.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, everyone. That was kind of my thing too, was where the treaty council, their opinion on this. And then this form that we're approving, I kind of don't like it as well. On top it says tribal officials authorized to initiate disbursements.
Yeah.
So I think that a whereas should be added into the resolution that says to check, receive information on tribal accounts only. Because once we give these individuals, like Daryl said, authority by this resolution, it also gives them authority for these tribal officials to authorize and initiate disbursements.
Yeah.
So if it can specifically be identified in the resolution to receive information only, I feel more comfortable with that. Thank you.
So when amended, I don't know where that would be put as far as another whereas or just.
I think, Ray, did this form come directly from BIA?
I've never seen that form before either, so, yeah, BTFA is,
I thought that Jolene said.
yeah. It didn't come from Marty, it came from BTFA.
I don't think that's made for us to conclude anything. I think it's just for a reference, isn't it?
But it says that on there, so I don't think we should fill it out. And that's why I asked, because it's specifically asking for names, and I don't think we should be giving names either. I think that we should have our document, list them, and not even touch that form, if that's what its intention was.
Yeah, the whole thing was that Jolene said she needed a resolution so that the president gets the correspondence and it won't be sent over to just TLE.
Yeah, share that one, needs the floor and then Wayne.
I had the same
Oh,
concerns.
Kathy.
I had the same concerns. I guess rather than filling this form out, maybe we can remove the form and take, our resolution and include a listing of who those people are and just create our own document and share it with them.
Kathy and then Wayne.
Okay, thank you, Scott. I think we're probably all having the same mindset because that's what immediately caught my eye was disbursement. So maybe we should develop our own form and not touch this at all, like what's been said already, or not even use this at all because we all have the same mindset today and thinking, you know, whoever we delegate can make that decision without our knowledge, and it should always come through the president to the council or your designee. And this form, I agree, we should not even sign this because it can be misinterpreted as, okay, the Rosebud Sioux tribe does agree. I don't trust people. And so because of that, I wouldn't even put anything on this form, but develop something of our own to add to the resolution or correspondence to them. And also, when we did have that discussion, when Jolene first brought the letter to us, part of that discussion was it should come here and not to TLE. So I don't know if that correspondence ever took place to advise them. Any future correspondence should come directly here, not to TLE. They may be land management, but you are the representative of this tribe. So it should all be coming to the tribe, not to TLE, even though they're part of the tribe.
That's what this resolution is for. That's what she needed, a resolution.
Wayne?
Yeah, the form has 3 options. You only receive information on tribal accounts, you initiate tribal disbursements, or you provide investment consultation. So you could pick the first one and you do not have the option to do the others. It's just to receive information and tribal accounts if that's what you wish from 3 individuals.
Check a box.
Yeah, you don't have to be the other 2.
Oh.
Lila, go ahead.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I need to bring Phil over here. I think we need to bring him here. We need to really be cautious about this stuff because the Bureau will come here and tell us, well, we need this, we need that from you. I'm not gonna accommodate that. I don't feel that I have to. And, this is a very, very serious issue. And if, the treaty council needs to be, have their input on this. Lana, wapiki lana, some of this language or the wording or what they come at us with. Good. Ihani ritual catching be wash akap be. Woyukshan you happy. Vichasha no yaki. Long ago, they had a very powerful mind, very strong thinking. And that comes with Lakro Wucho, living with the Lakota way of life. And we have to remember that. And we have to remember that we are not sitting here as individuals. And it comes to stuff like this, very serious to me. And we have a lot of people out there who we can rely on. We don't have to make all these decisions right now. There's a lot of people I'm sitting here thinking about, our elders. We have some in here, we have a veteran back here. We have a lot of people who still have that strong-minded thinking. We have Fremont here, he's worked on Treaty Council for many years. And, we've had delegations and delegations. And we're coming to the point now where everything's about money. And we have to be very cautious, and I'm glad we're kind of slowing things down a little bit. But, when it comes to this issue, we have to really be very cautious. Just stop and be very cautious and not, get all riled up, of how we want things. We have to slow down, take a look at it, and bring the people in that we need to hear from. So we don't put something in there that will affect us later on. And we don't have to, abide by, the tribe. This is the tribe. We decide. And they want these, they should already know they got to go to the president and the council. I don't know why it went to TLE, probably because of the land issue, I'm thinking. But if we are going to take some action or anything, we probably should call Bill over here to listen. Thank you.
Lisa, and then George.
I'll go ahead and withdraw my motion to approve it.
On the motion to approve, it has a
Um,
number on it, so, are we moving on then?
yeah, and then since we tabled the nursing home, are we gonna set aside the Justice Center and the 10 homes?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I just want to make that clear.
I don't want to bring it up, it's the same issue.
Okay.
If you table this one, that's fine, then the only thing, other thing I want to bring up is,
Okay.
our motor vehicle fuel tax is way down. I'm not sure it's because people are buying gas elsewhere. I know a lot of it has to do with the zip trip, but they're only getting like about 60 or 65% of it. Yes, so our motor fuel program is really heavy. We're getting close to not going to zero. So if the council doesn't mind, I would ask or suggest that maybe that a motion could be made to reappropriate the administrative fee we take out of that back to the program. And as the revenues back to normal. If we don't do that, we're going to get things from general planning anywhere else, lay them off. So they're getting to a certain level.
instead of taking that administrative class, let them keep it.
Jordan, do you still want the floor? Or was on that other issue?
Yeah, I was on the other issue, but, I kind of just wanted to, so there's a lot of things whenever we talk about our Black Hills land. And our tribe is always the last at the table, I feel, whenever we attend those meetings in Rapid City with other tribes. Like there's one this week, right, on Friday, I think, tomorrow or Saturday. And, Indian Collective does them. And we're, our treaty council directors there and a few of us council reps go. But, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, but I feel like we're always kind of last and all the other tribes already have a stance. Like, we have a resolution that's been in our email, and I think Wayne said he would bring it on through Land and Natural, but the mining that's happening in the Black Hills, we haven't even made any movement in our body saying that we disagree with it. And it's frustrating, and then we try to bring stuff like this, and we asked for this that day at tribal council for it, and I understand the wording needs to be reworded. However, I said, but we asked for it. We asked for it to come, and then it comes, and then we back away from it. But we need to take a stance sometime with our land and not be scared of it all the time when it comes here. It's our decision in the end. I mean, it just gets frustrating because I sit at those meetings and then I hear Pine Ridge is doing this, Lower Blue is doing this, and then we bring something to the floor and we're always the last ones. But yet we're just as big as Oglala, and I just feel like we fail sometimes.
Sure. And Emily?
Thank you for that, Councilwoman. I just wanted to make the motion to appropriate the administrative.
It's just appropriate the administrative fees we take out of the vehicle fuel back to the program.
Okay, that's my motion.
Okay, motion by Sharon, and second, Lisa. Any discussion? Not, we need a question. Chris, all in favor? Opposed? Not voting.
Well, I still have the floor. Can I just make the suggestions that we look at this resolution and the council makes their suggested changes, so Lisa can bring it back to the floor later this afternoon since it has a number?
Okay, who's gonna do that? You wanna do that with Eric?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Eric. We had Emily and then Lila.
So if we bring it back, the changes that I have so far are to not use the form, to limit the disbursement authority and the disbursement or the investment consultation, you want that out too, right?
Yes.
There's just for notification, correspondence and so on, right?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know if you want to include me as one of the parties to notify. I think it should be elected tribal officials, but on the treaty council one, do you want their input? Because I don't think I can make that happen by this afternoon. So, there's a treaty council meeting coming up, soon, but, do you want me to go to the treaty council first and get their input?
Can I just ask real quickly?
Go ahead, Emily, you got the floor.
Have they been at the meetings that you guys go to regarding this? 'Cause, I mean, I feel like they would be in support of something like this, so that was the reason why I was asking for the floor a little bit ago, was just if we could pause rather than just not take any action. And if the only, because I was kind of hearing the same hesitancies as our intention, I thought, was just to establish the correspondence issue and not address anything
So
and
the
voice that.
motion that was made by, and I got another copy of Lisa's notes on the motion. We wanted to reemphasize that Black Hills are not for
Yes.
sale. That's why that's all in there.
No, I
Okay, so
agree with
what
that.
The treaty council's input on that, that's kind of a separate issue than letting the trust fund off the special trustee know who the correspondence is going to. Because that's kind of a different issue. So if you want me to redraft the resolution to not reference the treaty stuff, and it wouldn't require their consultation, we're just informing the trust fund administration who to send the letters to. it doesn't have anything to do with selling Black Hills or accepting money. I can figure out a way to do that in the resolution. That meets what you were just discussing, but that's what I wanted to clarify.
And that's what I'm asking for too, was our hesitation because we thought the treaty council was not involved, or that we think we're speaking on their behalf without consulting? Or is our intention that we want them to be part of the consultation? Because again, this is just my understanding, is I thought the intention was to not only say it's not for sale, but then to establish the correspondence stream that it comes to here rather than TLE. And that maybe some of the, receive information and that kind of stuff, you know what I mean, shouldn't even be part of that conversation. But, I just wanted to ask council if that was our hesitancy, because I wanted to still ask. Anyway, here he is, so I'll just wait for that.
Okay, we have,
So on April 11th, whenever Jolie did come here and we discussed that letter going to TLE, the motion made, I don't know, Kim, you could probably look it up, but it was a motion to draft a resolution to reject the consultation process, emphasizing the Black Hills are not for sale. So that's why that language is put in there. Also include all correspondence on the docket number to go to the president, treasurer, administration. Update the tribal authorization form for all future statements that are mailed to the tribe. Correspondence gets dispersed to the president or his designee. So with that emphasis that the Black Hills are not for sale, that's why you put that in there. So that was just a follow, I mean, this was made from a motion that was passed on April 11th, so.
Myla?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to, explain myself, is I did not say that I don't want this today. All I said was I wanted Phil here because he's treating. And this is, like I said, it's very serious, so we should have him here. I'm comfortable because Fremont's here. He's been on treaty forever. But I just am want to make sure we follow up with, like she said, the right language that is in here. I have no qualms about, putting a stop to this. But the issue with stuff too is that, we have to, I think different probably because, as a speaker and as being brought up that way, my thought process is different. And I apologize for that because I don't have, sky high education. But what I do know is our way of life needs to be protected. Our treaty needs to be protected. And as a female, my mother always told me, you stay out of treaty stuff, you support them and you help them, but that's those men's decision. So I have to follow my protocol that I believe in and as, what I was taught growing up. So I agree with council. We should have this today, but I just wanted to make sure that, we had the right parties here. And we do need this. We do need to take something up there. And as, our younger ones will understand, I've never we can't tread lightly on things in the verbiage. Like we have Eric here, we have Phil here, we have Fremont here, it's just, that's what I wanted to have everybody here. It wasn't to stop anything. So everybody's here, so thank you. I just want to explain myself.
Derek, go ahead.
Yeah, same here. I just feel like we should have had a little bit of representation. I do know that Dona years ago, they put a war shirt. We have a Wichasha Yat Chapika. His name is Victor Duville, and he's a very, very knowledgeable, esteemed elder, a sacred Wakanki that we have here. And so, at least if he was on that list, you know what I mean? Then I'd feel a little safer for our elders that do speak the language and aren't able to fully communicate what this resolution says, you know what I mean? So, and as for the mining in the Black Hills, our TIPO has made several comments with not only the Forest Service, but the National Environmental Protection Agency. And all it takes is there's an outdated mining act from 1870. We just need to get rid of that. Us as a tribal council can do that. So, you know, those statements made about our tribe not doing anything, come on now. You got to give TIPO a little bit of credit. They're working hard, and they have been, and they've been going to all these consultations with the U.S. Forest Service, and they've been putting a lot of input and statements regarding our lands and our rights as Lakota on them. So, you know, I'm proud of our TIPO. I'm proud of the way that they handle themselves as Lakota. We have, you know, out of all the TIPOs in the 9 reservations, Rosebud is the only TIPO with a director that speaks Lakota, you know, from birth. So I just want to put that out there, that we do lead the way in a lot of things. And I'm proud of our programs and our, you know, our workers that do that, because it's hard to be a surveyor. So with this, you know, it's a good thing, I guess, but you know, there's a lot of discussion that could be had, and I think that we could have brought in Mr. Tuigle or Mr. Duville as well, because I would feel a lot more comfortable having somebody who grew up with treaty, who speaks our language, and who can stand on it as well. Thank you.
Okay, we have Jordan.
Thank you. Just to clarify, I wasn't directing that as our tribal program. I was directing it out of our body. So if we can get that mining stuff done through Land and Natural Committee and brought to the floor, that'll be great. That's all I was referring to. I think our tribal programs do very well. It's just us as a body, we tend to get slow. I mean, Chris is always saying it, well, what are we gonna do from here, right? I mean, and we're kind of in that situation. It's 11:35 and we're still talking about the same thing, so.
What you got?
I just want to get the floor for Phil. We have some questions regarding a letter that was sent to TLE. Are you aware of it? Okay, and then the motions that were made that day, and we requested a resolution be drafted. Could somebody give Phil a copy of the resolution, please? Oh, you got one? Okay. Is there anything that you'd like to address the council?
The document that was sent by the, I guess, the Secretary of Interior, asking tribes to possibly develop a investment strategy for the Black Hills settlement. The way I understand it, my position, and I would need to consult with my elders of the Treaty Council, is that we don't touch that. We should never touch that, because any hint of us accepting the Black Hills money could extinguish our claims to the Black Hills. So, I mean, simply put. But while we're on the subject, I would like to possibly, I think Eric has a resolution that was drafted before that would authorize me to communicate with the federal government, because you have to remember the federal government communicates with you, the IRA tribal government, but they don't recognize the treaty entity as traditional Lakota government. So I need a resolution that would allow me to have an official relationship with the superintendent and the BIA, so I can keep an eye on these things. A lot of communications doesn't include me, so I need that line of, you know, authority to receive information like this. A lot of times, I receive information when it's too late, and I usually get it from you guys, and I should have been part of the communication flow, you know. But I don't get it sometimes, but. That's where we should stand on that, is for now, until there's something else. But I really need to consult with my elders of the Treaty Council.
And just for the record, all that we are doing is the Office or the Bureau of Trust Funds, which separated from the Bureau of Indian Affairs, sent correspondence out, and today we want to make sure that they are sending correspondence to the proper people and not TLE. So the council was concerned, and I guess when we send this and when Eric does the amendments to it, we want to make sure that Treaty Council Director is included as one of the corresponding or recipients of the correspondence.
Let
Is
me
that good
also,
with you?
yeah, that's good. Let me also remind you of what plenary power means.
Yeah.
To me, for the federal government, it means total and absolute control over the Indians. So regardless of what we do here at this level, they're gonna do whatever they feel like it. But it'd be good if I stay ahead of the, information. And, there's a case, I believe, Eric might, I don't know the full case, but it has to do with the Shoshone case. They were forced, they won a case, they want money, and they were forced to distribute that money from their case. That could happen to us too. So I just want you to be aware of that, because plenary power is played against us. Thank you. Is there anything else? For now, you're going to approve it, right, or table it?
We were just talking about, well, the issue is if we don't take action today, well, we don't have to take action on this specific resolution. Maybe we should do what Eric said and do two separate resolutions. This resolution is opposing any, receiving any money from the Black Hills. That's what this resolution is. But we also need a resolution for receiving correspondence and approving who is on that list. So maybe we should just draft a separate one. We'll let you take this one back, review it, and then bring it back to us if the council is good with that.
It'd be good if you include my position and the treaty council in there. And while up here, I'm gonna take a Hail Mary shot here. I need more funding in order to be able to do a more effective job. I need my own attorney so that we can look out for this stuff. So we can alleviate some of Eric's work. I do have an attorney, but he's pro bono. I like to be able to cover his expenses, so take a look at my 2025 budget and try to help me out there so we can be strong with the treaty rights. And the other thing while we're here is I'd like to come back with a resolution to pursue the Missouri River treaty rights, what they call the Equitable Distribution Act, also known as other tribes as JTAC, when they receive funds. We need to get back on that. So we're talking about the east bank of the Missouri River. The federal government in their plenary powers tried to shortchange Sioux. But if you look at the original treaty boundaries, it goes from the Missouri River all the way around back to the Missouri River. So they don't have any right to shortchange us that way. These are very important things that we need to do. So just want to mention that.
Lila? Thank you. I just wanted to also, let the body know and stuff, and he probably is aware of it, but there's a lot of, land being bought up by Chinese people, Russians, in our lands, in the Black Hills. And so those are really important discussions, that probably need to happen. And there's people out there, they want our language. But yeah, it was kind of interesting because there's a lot that's going on that I don't really pay attention to, and it's pretty serious. And that's why I just wanted, she here to come and help us, so we can do that And maybe, if with the funding issue and things like that, if we really want to support things the right way and stand strong on our treaty, we're going to have to help them financially as well. And if we can, look at those things and he can present a budget, we can get a lawyer for him. I think right now, this tells me and tells us we need to be ready for something, because that was just out of the blue. So something's stirring up here. And, we gotta stay on it. So maybe budget and finance, I'm advocating, maybe he comes to you guys and look at something, to help him. Starting to review budget soon.
The two things that I actually add to Lila's remarks is that we have been trying hard to educate our Sioux on treaty rights. We had a treaty study group, which was amazing, from, I believe, January to middle of May. And we have always had like 25 participants, a younger generation. So we're strengthening our knowledge that way. And also, the Sioux Treaty Council is the only, the Sioux Oyate is the only tribe that has a treaty office. And we have a small budget, but we have to go, begging for funds to hold our treaty conference. And we're also educating the whole Ocheti Shakoin just by our sponsoring these meetings and things like that. And we have a very extensive list of experts now that I work with. So that comes from you authorizing the Treaty Council to operate. That are more and more people are getting educated about the treaty issues, and it needs to continue. And that's not a campaign speech.
Several months ago, I did make a motion to put the treaty office on our agenda, and I see it's still not on there. And also at that time, within that motion, that the treaty would be up toward the top, and it still hasn't been done, so I would like to reaffirm that motion, that we put the treaty office on our agenda so that Phil is able to come and give reports. He is able to communicate with us, because the treaties are a major part of what we do as a tribe. So if the Secretary's office can look back at those minutes and get the agenda changed to have treaty council.
It has to be changed by a resolution.
Eric, can you draft that so we can get that done? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I just want to make a motion that as tribal council, if we could direct Eric maybe to get a hold of the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation and also NARF, and then maybe as a council, we can make a statement on the mining issues up there that are separate from TIPO, you know what I mean? So, okay.
When he has one too, Darryl, I guess, he might have one, but your motion's good too.
Yeah, because it's for the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation. It's what you wanted,
Yeah.
so.
Is there a second to Dira's motion?
Questions? Emily?
Emily?
Question by, all in favor of the motion? Opposed? Not moving?
Thank you.
Motion carried. Thank you, Phil, for coming over. Great.
Before we take that break, good afternoon, council, or good noon. Anyways, I just want to set the record too that we are taking stances on mining. I know that within the last 2 to 3 months, I made a lot of motions directing our in-house attorney to create statements that we just haven't gotten out yet, I guess. So I know that we are moving. It's just, like Jordan said, like Emily says, like we're just stagnant, we find ways to have amnesia or something. But I know that we are in our own ways doing something, trying to prove our stances on certain issues, you know? Just know that we're not falling asleep to what's happening to the rest of the world. We're paying attention to.
It's a little early yet, council, but you want to take your lunch break?
Sure.
The chairman's in another meeting right now. So we'll be back.
Before we take a break, I'll make a motion to abolish the Mining Act of 1870. Can we do that?
I'll second.
Okay.
Or
Mining Act, what? The Mining Act, outdated Mining Act of 1870.
Yeah.
And 1871, okay, thank you. But if we could make a move to abolish that, then that would get the ball rolling.
We have a motion, a second, and need Eric.
Could I draft a resolution that requests Congress to repeal it
Okay,
rather than a motion?
okay.
And let's send a resolution to.
Your motion will be requesting that from Eric? Or
Yeah,
do you-
and I could do that. A draft resolution to request Congress to repeal.
Do you still need this motion, or can you do that without it? We just
well,
don't want to lose sight of that.
Whatever way you want to do it, I can.
So would your motion be
There should be
directed?
a resolution.
Oh, Prima.
Not only the Mining Act, but could you include the water,
Missouri?
water act too, the 1872?
Oh, okay. Okay, to include also the water from the 1872.
That's what they use on us now for this
Yeah.
water rights, you know.
Then
What agreement is that? It's an agreement, isn't it?
So could that be having Eric research that and then bring back appropriate
Yeah.
resolution language for us on those two issues?
That's the motion.
Yeah, for Eric to do some
Yeah.
research and get those resolution language for council.
Is there a question?
Yeah, Emily already questioned it.
Oh.
Emily seconded it. I mean, second and he's questioned it.
All in favor? Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting? Careful. You take a lunch break. Oh, yeah, also too, that, on this Black Hills resolution, there's a lot of these Sioux tribes, the IRA tribes already on record drawing money from the settlement supposedly to do research. I'm gonna talk to my co-op, see if I can get that. He has all the records, all the tribes that took the settlement. So we're already on record, IRA tribe. A treaty council, we try to oppose that, but we got put aside. You know, back in the 90s when I was in office here, there was a real big push to take the interest money. People, there was some people here, our tribal members that wanted to do that. And, that was one of the reasons I lost my first election. I wouldn't support that, and they wanted that done, and I didn't do it. But they wanted to just take the interest money. Yeah. But if you do, you're. We'll come back at, what, 1 o'clock?
Yeah. I just. Did you say he's done with it?
Yeah. Or Wayne?
Second.
Well, he is.
Question,
He said he was done.
Ben?
question by Ben. All in favor?
3, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14,
What vote?
0,
Not voting?
4.
Was it me?
It's you.
Hey, where do you guys want to start? Pick the rest of the afternoon. Let's start with, here's a list of all the resolutions, and these are the ones that need to be ratified.
Oh, yeah.
That's gonna be next. We'll do with these ratified, then I'll go over the minutes, and then we need to talk about committees, and I have a resolution for that. Somebody would like to have you?
We ratified first for the.
Yeah, let's do the ratified first.
Steve Emery, man. Is he? Oh, that's good. Let me see.
And then here's the.
Is it good?
Yeah. There's a proof of this.
Oh, yeah.
Is that on top?
Yeah. In the middle.
All done.
Bob Brown. He's still alive.
These are the minutes.
Okay, Council, one I'm looking at is for solid waste. I guess that would be Cowboy. You want to bring that one on for?
We just need the ratified.
Just a motion to ratify.
Yep, because they've already been signed, so they just need to be ratified by the council for acknowledgement of them being passed.
We're doing the ratification first. Oh, okay.
You know what?
Here you go.
There's extra copies.
There's usually a list that she sent
With the agenda?
Yeah, but I don't know if she probably gave me, I think. Then we need to remember that this that you asked about.
Wait, I hope you were done.
I need to come.
Approved your report.
Thank you. Yeah, I was done. Thank you very much.
Oh, there it is.
All right, we're on resolutions for approval, and then we have, need to ratify 15 resolutions. The first one is 2024-116. Somebody want to start it off, making motions to ratify?
A motion to.
Ready?
ratify.
Motion to ratify 2024-116. The second, Jordan. And this one was to authorize the solid waste program to utilize the ARPA fund to purchase a 215 case SR 270 skid steer from Titan Machinery. Is there any questions? Not, then you need a question to approve. Wayne, all in favor, approve it, ratify 2024-116.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
3.
Motion carried. The next one is 2024-117. Need a motion to ratify. Second? Jordan? This one is for Health Administration purchase COVID-19 medical supply from the tribal nations in the amount of $175,000.
Do we have that one?
Any questions?
What's the number on that one? Or are they all in the same packet? Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, some of them on the back, so. Okay. Question by,
I have a question.
go ahead. Go ahead, Emily.
I guess I'm just questioning why it's coming through this route and what the services were for if they're suspended on that, board.
I couldn't answer any questions because they went around by,
And then I thought I had made a, motion before requesting that any petition resolutions be sent out by email so that all council were aware of what was going to be out.
when I authorize a petition resolution, I'm just thinking that they are sent out, so I know that there's,
Can we check on that motion and check why it's not being followed?
I think you guys wanted to be notified of them being sent out, and I'm pretty sure Nicole sends it in your council group text.
Okay, well, can I just check on that motion? Because my intention of that motion was for it to be emailed out for our review and so that everybody's aware of it. Because there's several on here that I didn't even know that were up for signatures. And so it's just a little strange that only some people see them and some don't. Okay, thank you.
okay, question by Ray. Voting on ratifying 24-117. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed? Not voting?
4.
Motion carried. Next one is 2024-118. Need a motion to ratify. Motion by Lisa, need a second. Wayne, this one is for Health Administration to make a payment of $17,178.04 to the Tribal Health Alliance.
I have a question again.
Go ahead, Emily.
Is any of this in relation to work being done as far as the chartered health board that's supposed to be suspended activity?
This was past work.
Past work?
Yeah, this was past work that they have already completed and sent the invoice in. So,
Okay, thank you.
any question? Damon, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
1.
Not voting. Carried. Next one is 2024-119 Health Administration Amendment to Ordinance 2022-02 RST IRB. Need a motion to approve, ratify. Sorry. Wayne?
Probably do the reporting for that RB.
Yep. Second by Jordan.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Emily.
Is it typical procedure to amend ordinance through petition resolution?
I have no idea.
I thought we had a motion regarding petition resolutions that it was only for like if it was time sensitive or something like that.
We did back in October.
So again, can I question why we're not following our own motions?
Well, I guess that was considered time sensitive, I guess.
Well, it's not, I guess you made that decision, so could you respond without a guess?
They bring them to me, they say we need to pass these because it has to do with some of these, and some of these are pending the IRB, so.
Okay, well, just for the record, I'd like to state for our public also that it should not be common practice to amend ordinances through a petition resolution. So I'm rejecting, thank you, even though it's irrelevant.
Okay, need a question? Damon, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Opposed?
1, 2, 3, 4, 4.
Not voting?
Five opposed. 5 opposed and 1 not voting.
Carried. Next one is 2024-120, Health Administration payment of $13,975 to Tribal Health Alliance. Need a motion to ratify. Who said that? Lisa, need a second? Wayne? Question? Charles? All in favor? But,
Are we able to see these invoices? Or are you just working?
yeah, you can see them. I'll get copies of them. Do that, I'll bring them on here. Okay, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Oh,
1, 2, 2.
not voting.
2.
Motion carried.
That was like,
Go ahead, Ray.
it goes back to 119. It is, says it's amending an ordinance, and I thought you had to have a certain number to amend an ordinance.
Each ordinance specifies that, so yeah, it would be great to have.
16 now.
Yeah.
Each one's kind of.
And there was only like 12 signatures on there. I don't know, I just feel like it should have probably came to this body if it's an amendment to the ordinance.
You found it?
On 116 or 119?
Unless it specifies in the ordinance that it requires 2/3 vote, then it would be required, but it has to say it in the
Yeah,
ordinance.
let us know.
Look.
Thank you.
All right, we're on,
Chairman, can I make-
yeah, go ahead, Emily.
I would
Kathy.
like to make a motion to temporarily not enact that or since whatever until we have clarification on that.
Okay. Motion to.
Table it or whatever.
Consider it and table it, is that what you want to do?
Yes.
Consider
Yes.
table 2024-120.
119.
119?
119. Okay, second by Ray. Any questions? Michelle, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
Thank you.
1.
Not voting?
Opposed. 1, 3.
Motion carried.
Scott?
Yeah, go ahead, Kathy.
Thank you. I'm just going to reiterate again, because back, it was either in September or October, I did make a motion that, and same thing that Emily's talking about, that we don't do petition resolutions for this exact reason. The petition resolutions, they can't answer the question that we have before signing. I rarely sign any petition resolutions unless it's a grant deadline or it's on a specific deadline where funding may be jeopardized. Because when, we had that training and they explained all this to us, why you don't do petition resolutions. Petition resolutions is not an official meeting. And without being an official meeting, questions we have in regard to what's being presented to us, the base minimum of, okay, this is what we want approved, that's uninformed decision-making, and we can jeopardize things when we're doing this. Unless we're in an official capacity of setting in a convened meeting, petition resolution should not even be happening. We talked about this before, and so when I came back, I brought it up again, that petition resolution should not be occurring unless it's a grant deadline or it has a financial deadline. And a lot of the stuff I'm not voting on any of it because I wasn't a part of understanding what it's about. I've signed a few that were grant deadlines, or we had to get money transferred for some reason. But everything else, we've been having meetings. There's no reason for petition resolutions when we're having meetings.
I don't think you guys have, not as far as health court, so.
But that's still, it can still come here.
That does come into play.
If the health board is not meeting, it can come to this body rather than a petition resolution, because a petition resolution goes to the body here. It goes out in this format
for everybody to vote on, but don't have a clear understanding of what they're signing.
Well, I
So
think-
I'm just reiterating what I said. I don't want to argue with you.
I think we need to get rid of petition resolutions altogether. I think that's probably what we need to do. So are we gonna go down the line and, question every one of these, or you guys just wanna go one by one and take each one of them?
Don't we have the right to at least look at them once?
Well, you can, but you guys are questioning every one of them.
And we'll probably continue to, if we have questions, but so maybe
All right.
we'll go down.
This is not a dictatorship, just a reminder.
Yeah, you guys are getting to that point. 2024-121. Health Administration task of planning the development of a cancer infusion center and specialty center. Need a motion to ratify. Dara, need a second. Wayne. Question. Chris. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
2,
Not voting?
3.
Motion carried.
21, I don't have there might be another page that's supposed to be attached to it, and I just have the back part of it. I don't know if you guys have all those things.
Yeah,
that's all in here.
That's the resolution, or?
It's a real short.
It's real short. It says the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Council approved delegating the task of planning the development of a cancer infusion center, specific clinic to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe's health administration.
They had wording in there about health board approved and passed, so they had me strike all those out, so that's.
That's really short.
Yeah.
Okay, 2024-122, Health Administration purchase used vehicles for detox in the amount of $58,316. Motion to ratify. Lisa, a second. Jordan, question. Charles, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
1,
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried. Next one is 2024-123, Health Administration purchase supplies from buoys in the amount of $228,886. Motion to ratify.
Which one are we on?
123. I don't know. Yeah, right there. It's like that. Oh, I thought it was skip the bullets in the next one.
Get a motion, or we need to go on to the next one? Okay, let's go on to the next one. 2024-124, purchase handicap van for CHR. Need a motion to ratify. Sarah, you second. Jordan, question by Charles. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
1.
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried. Next one is Tocala Inagio Program application to OJJBP grant. Motion to ratify, second by Ray, question by Wayne. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting? Motion carried. Next one is 2024-133, safety of dam purchase of steel building from Rosa Building Products, $64,655.15. Need a motion to ratify.
I'll move, this one did go through budget and finance, but it was very time sensitive, so.
Dara, question, second by Lisa, question by Jordan. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting? Motion carried. Next one is 2024-135, WIC Operation Adjustment Grant Award of $65,105. Motion by Jordan, second by Charles, question by Emily. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting? Motion carried. One is 2024-136, WIC sole source of $91,573.35 south checkout at Winter Food Center.
Oh, this one went through budget and finance.
Moved by Lisa, second by Jordan, question by Lila. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting? Carried. Broke the tension. 2024-137. WIC State of South Dakota Business Associate Agreement.
I'll move and amend the resolution to take out that went through hopefully.
Your motion is to reconsider and amend.
Amend it to take out.
Take it out, okay. I need a second. Jordan, question by Wayne. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried. Next one is 2024-138, Community Services contract with, said name, $30,000 for career counseling. Motion by Ray, second by Jordan, question by Michelle. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting? Carried.
April and May minutes. April and May minutes.
Okay, we got April and May minutes, meeting minutes. Got April 10th, 11th. 24th. 29th. 30th. And then May 22nd. Give you a chance to review. Can we get a motion to approve the meeting minutes of April 10th? Lisa, second. Gordon, question by Chris. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. Motion to approve April 11th. Wayne? Second by Charles. Question by Jordan. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried.
Was that for April 11th?
Yeah.
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
There's a motion by Terry, I'm sorry, I wasn't here on this date, but what feasibility study was this referring to? Is that the one?
For what?
Feasibility study?
Not sure.
Motion by Terry Wright to accept the final feasibility study document SRD. Which one was that?
That song.
Tourism, yeah.
Tourism?
yeah.
Thank you. Well, that's what Sarah had.
Go ahead, Emily.
I'm just wondering if I could make a motion that for future reference, if we could add maybe just like a word or two of details to some of these, like if it just says resolution, just for future reference when we're going through something like that, if there was like the extra word tourism or in some of these resolutions, it just has the resolution number and it's hard to go back real fast in this timeline. So I guess the motion would be to add any, just a couple extra words of detail to some of them that for future, to assist in future reference.
A little bit more information. to
Yeah,
it.
and it doesn't have to be like descriptive, but just, just like, and it's not even every single one. Some of them are do it really well, but there's some of them that just say resolution. And so then I'm trying to scramble, like, what resolution is this? Where if it could just say, tourism, or if this is a budget, or I don't know, just something that could help us reference what that was.
Detailed, short
Yeah.
detailed information.
That'd be the motion.
Yeah, some do and some don't.
And some of them will just say the resolution and the voting and doesn't even tell
That's
you.
the
what
ones
you-
that are detailed are read into record for the first time. And the ones that aren't are usually amended or brought back.
But all the minutes are reflect that motions.
Well, we did get a second, so maybe just in case, have
Yeah,
a motion on
we
record.
can- We can do it, it's not a problem.
Okay.
We got a second.
Oh, we got a second for the 24th?
Who made the motion?
For her motion.
Oh, for a motion, okay, add a little bit more detail to the motions that are made, okay?
For the
Second by
minutes.
Ray, question by Kathy. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting?
Thank you.
Carried. Okay, we need a motion for April 24th, 2024. Motion by Lisa, second by Ray.
I just have a quick question.
But
On page 2, right in the middle, it said that I made a motion asking for research to be done on resolution 92-120. And I was just wondering if I could have a follow-up on that.
Right. On the 24th meeting in page 2, like right in the middle. After telling the church.
Oh, we have that. That's that treaty stuff. Remember I called out in the tree and they gave you a copy and we gave you the whole packet, when they resend it, when they reinstated it.
Yeah, and if it's done, great, just maybe if we can get it now or whatever, but I just wanted to follow up on there. Thank you.
Yeah, it's done.
Or not yet, when we get it.
all right, we need a question. Chris, all in favor of approving April 24th meeting minutes?
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting?
3.
Motion carried. April 29th, meeting minutes. Motion by Ray, the second, Jordan. Question by Darrell. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting?
What?
Carried. April 30th.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Lila.
Thank you. April 29th, on the first page at the bottom, motion by Sherry Plank to establish the article selection committee. Has that been done?
I'm not even sure what that was reference to.
No, it wasn't done. We talked about it that day, that motion passed, and then we had a long discussion about who that would be, and we never resolved.
Yeah.
We never resolved it.
But we still have to get that. Okay.
Have we established a time to follow up on that? Because I've been getting questions.
No, we didn't.
Did you get a question for the, ask a question?
I'm done. I got it.
Well, you moved, right? Right? Okay.
Wait.
Oh, it passed the 29th, we're on the 30th, so. Get a motion to approve April 30th meetings minutes. Kathy, second by Chris, question by Bill. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Opposed? Sure. Not voting?
One.
Carried. Have May 22nd meeting minutes. Question by Ray, second by Cher. Question by Chris. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting?
Lila, okay, so next would be committees, the at-large, but did you guys want to do go back to the resolution for tribal employees?
Ordinance change?
Change the personnel? That what you wanted, Lila?
Oh, yes.
Nina, you got it. Michelle, go ahead.
Just going back to May 22nd, there was a contact regarding the tribal elder code that came back to judiciary, and I didn't know if it was coming back. I got rid of it back, so just following up and trying to see if it's coming back, because they're on the timeline deadline as well.
Did you guys deal with that in governmental affairs this last?
We had a resolution that came from Judiciary Committee too with a contract for an attorney that we tabled at the time.
Okay.
We sent it back to Judiciary. It's on the list under Judiciary Committee. It's that last resolution on the other side. And I can't remember why it was tabled.
That because they wanted to open up the opportunity for other people to apply for it, but then there were no applicants when it came back to judiciary.
Oh, because it was sole source.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now they have no other person to.
They didn't advertise it?
Yeah, and we did it. Well, she's the only person that was willing to do it, and she was already invested and had spent a lot of time on it, so then the court wanted to move forward with the contract.
Okay,
So I
so
just wanted-
it sounds like it's in the committee, still the committee hasn't been forwarded on to council yet.
You didn't forward it on?
It should have, yeah.
Yes.
Just be in our packet someplace.
It's in the grade book.
Okay, just making sure it's here. Thank you.
Okay, we have
And then I needed to
first,
put up this.
this is the code, the personnel manual.
Yeah.
So Lila, are you gonna talk about the,
Yeah, during our, personnel meeting, we discussed having, because this is what's holding us back on our committees, picking them, and we discussed it, and we are wanting to allow employees to sit on committees. And that's what the big holdup is why we are able to, move on. And, it has to come here, personnel recommended that we do have, employees sit on committees. And that's what we're bringing here.
so we're gonna, resolution, we're gonna reconsider and
Reconsider.
amend the 2023-329 that approves our policy and procedure manual with the amendments. You're gonna have to make a motion to reconsider and amend 2023-329 and then read the amendment part of it.
Okay. Motion to reconsider and amend 329.
And we have a second by Ray, so go ahead and talk about the amendment.
Okay, so we'll do, shall I read the, this resolution we're amending? Or the, so we're taking, you'll see on the second, on the first page, on the second one, we're having tribal employees are permitted to serve on any commission, board of commissioners, and/or political activities and participation committee if the employee agrees to the following. And you'll see all the stipulations on the paper there, and they will have to sign and accept those qualifications or those
Requirements?
yeah, requirements. So you guys can take a look at that. Any input or anything, or how do you guys feel about it? But we discussed this kind of lengthy on personnel. It seems like there's more employees that, are really involved and, they want to sit on committees. And the secretary's office hasn't been able to move on ahead and because they're waiting for this. So now it's here up to council.
Lila, secretary said that we should read it in amendment into the record, so that.
Okay, so I'll read from the third whereas. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe has enacted ordinance 2010-175 entitled Rosebud Sioux Tribe Personnel Policies Procedures Manual. Hereinafter RST Personnel Manual. To establish a uniform system of personnel administration that meets social, economic, and program needs of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. It is also intended to provide standards of fairness and merit. And whereas the RST Personnel Committee recommends the RST Personnel Policies and Procedures Manual be amended to add provisions to amend Section 4, Standards of Conduct C, political activities and participation on committees, boards, and commissions by deleting certain provisions and adding provisions as fully set out in Exhibit 1, RSP Personnel Ordinance 2020-10 attached. And therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopts the amendment of the RSP Personnel Policies and Procedures Ordinance recommended by the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Personnel Committee. Be it also resolved that the effective date of the amendments to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Personnel Policies and Procedures Ordinance shall be upon the final approval by the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council.
Everybody understand? All for the question? Wayne's calling for the question, so go ahead.
The first one is, are there, this has all been reviewed by Eric and HR, Ed?
Yeah, Eric drafted.
Okay, and then the second is, there's just a couple, typos I'm thinking. Like on number 1, is that supposed to say forfeit any, or instead of and? The tribal employee will be required to forfeit and all compensation, or?
Strike out and.
Yeah.
Strike out and.
Be any?
Yeah.
Strike out.
Okay, and then on the next one, the next page, on number 1, it says, I agree that should successfully, it just a little bit doesn't make sense to me. Number 1,
I got that one.
That I should?
yeah, I should.
All right.
Should I successfully be appointed?
And then I'm not completely done reading, so I'm just hoping that there's also no more typos, but that's as far as I got. Thank you.
With amendments. Go ahead, Lisa.
Question, what about, I know some of the committees will meet like during their lunch hour. Would that be held against them if they use their lunch hour to go have a quick meeting?
Sometimes they run into your.
Maybe write that in there or something?
You wouldn't think it would, but sometimes they run into more than an hour that they got, so I would recommend that they do it during their lunch hour.
I know. They-
Emily, go ahead and then share.
Thank you. In the instance of like on the political of the amended part number 3, where it was talking about conflicts of interest, is it established who would be the party that would be declaring, I guess, or determining if there's a conflict of interest or not? Is it the council? Is it the HR? Is it the committees themselves? Any?
I think council when they're actually selecting them, so.
Okay.
Inside of conflict.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I said this last time it got brought up, so I just want to mention it again. I want to support our employees on committees, but I worry about them having to take leave without pay, because if they take leave without pay, then they can't earn their annual leave for the pay period. So I don't feel like this is going to solve our problems, because if I was a tribal employee to be on a board to serve for the tribe, then I would rather stay at work and earn my leave and earn my hourly wage. And we did discuss this with the CFO, and I asked if there was and the treasurer, and I did ask why we're making them take leave without pay and not annual leave. Because if I was a tribal employee and I have a business and I take time off for my business to go over there, that's my annual leave. And we did ask if there was any audit findings in the past that, mentioned moonlighting or anything like that, and there was not. We were told and informed that there was not. So I just feel like if our tribal employees are going to serve on these committees, they should be allowed to use their annual leave, and that they should be compensated for the committee per diem as well. Just wanted to.
Number 2, where it says that the tribal employee will be required to take personal.
Okay.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay, so you guys did change that after the discussion we had? Okay, thank you.
They just have to request their leave
Okay. Is there any more discussion? Any question? Go ahead, Emily.
Sorry, I agree, like, I just confused myself a little bit, so I just want to make sure and clarify, because on that last discussion, wasn't there something about where the funding was coming from, and if it's taken personal leave versus if it comes from the per diem line item or something like that? And so is this gonna address that? Or has this addressed that? Because I remember that coming up, and I remember all that, but I just wanted to make sure that this new language, or whatever this language is addressing that previous conversation that was had regarding, I think, personal leaves that come from the tribal something pot versus a per diem from the committee comes from a different funding source. And I can't remember all of it, so that's why I just wanted to.
That would be like based on that person, if they want to take their personal leave, or if they're going to take that per diem payment.
So they have a right to
They have-
waive it?
They can waive it.
Okay, so they have the option,
Yeah.
they leave without
have
pay
the
and get the
option,
permit,
yeah.
but then they'd be missing out on earning leave or
Yeah.
something? Okay, I just don't want to make it harder for them, but I also don't want to be breaking any of our own policies.
And it's good that we, had time to discuss this because it'll iron out everything for employees. A majority of the employees really stay involved in these committees, and I think it helps us stay on track. And a lot of them, they apply, and I know it's taken a long time, and I apologize to employees for holding this long, but I think, I don't know how it looks to you all, if we've covered everything.
Chris, you have a question? Chris is calling for the question. Thank you. Vote on it. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Opposed?
Yeah.
Not voting? Motion carried.
Thank you, Council.
Okay, we can now deal with
Committees,
the committees.
you just need a motion to advertise the ones that are
Yeah,
up.
yeah.
So do you want me to discontinue advertising what we have, including the fair ones, until your next meeting? That'll give at least for the end of the month.
Oh, you did advertising there?
We've been,
Okay.
we have them until Bill.
We just,
Go ahead, Jordan.
but we just changed it, so maybe we should let them advertise till the 26th, just in case we have tribal employees that want to apply now.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Motion to re-advertise the committees. You want to name them or you just want to?
Just do them all.
Just them all? Okay.
26.
25th?
26th.
26th.
Or the 25th. So we can make them on the 26th.
Need a second? Kathy, you get a second? Oh,
Yeah, second. And then I have.
Who
go
made a
ahead.
motion?
Go ahead, then Emily. Go ahead,
Motion to
Kathy.
extend
Well, I
the
was just trying to
advertisement
second.
for committees till the 25th.
And who's second?
Kathy second. Okay. A motion to re-advertise all the committees till 25th and then we'll deal with them on the 26th.
Yep.
So, got a question or a comment, Michelle?
I was curious about the one for the board of review. I don't see it on here, but I know that we have some applicants.
That one, we were just looking at the ones that we worked directly with because they were questioning the terms of our at-large members.
Okay.
And the board of review is termed, so we will have to do research on that one. We'll have to do research on that one. Because there's two of them out to the casino, isn't there? Board of review?
I think there's one position open. I think there's, one of the employees out there that gets to sit on that board of review. Are you talking about the board of review or the board of directors for the casino? Board of review. Board of review.
Yeah, we have one position that's being advertised. It's still being advertised.
Okay.
I've only got one so far, and she is a tribal employee.
Now that it opened up, more people are gonna be applying.
Did you want this list of the standing ones that currently are still on?
I wanted to make a comment on the Cannabis Commission. So if you could,
On the what?
the Cannabis Commission, on the committees, it's economic development currently, but that was just interim because we had no way to fund them. But since we've been making medical card sales, we have funding for that, and we made a motion at committee to advertise 6 at-large positions, 5 tribal members, and 1 has to be a non-member. It could be an affiliated tribal member as well.
We are at.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because on here it just lists that. And, are you advertising for, Resco as well?
Right
Rosebud?
after the last meeting, I came out of you guys, I did my deal.
Okay,
Just
good, thank you.
So did a little bit?
Yeah. That was good, let's got to the table quick.
Yeah, they're out there.
We're not used to it.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to re-advertise the committees, till the 25th and we will select on the 26th. Any more discussion? Not, I'll call for the question. Lisa? In favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Lisa, and then Kathy, and Dara.
We have 2 at-large members for the health board, and I don't know what the terms are, but they have not been in contact with the secretary's office or with me at all, so I would like to make a motion to advertise for the 2 at-large health board positions today.
I'll second it.
Motion by Lisa, second by Emily, question by Kathy. All in favor?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Dara.
Um,
Oh, sorry. No,
Oh,
Kathy, you.
that's
Kathy
okay,
was
go ahead,
before.
Kathy.
I'm just looking at like for Wachipi and rodeo coordinator and stuff. It says need to advertise, but I see like a great need to get somebody in there now. And has anyone talked to Cheryl Duville about the rodeo? She's very knowledgeable on that. And we need someone to get in there immediately. You know what I mean? There ain't no wait till the 26th. We need to get it done. So. I'm just thinking that in the past, I've seen her work and it's been very good and credible. And, you know, that rodeo is something that young and old go to, you know, they scrape up the bucks to go sit through it. And at least if, you know, we're going to be Unshika, let's do it. Unshika with pride. So, you know?
Is that your motion?
That's my motion.
Proud you got it. We need shirts that say.
I know. So ask Cheryl to Unshila us and help us out.
Is that your motion or for the record?
Well, she's.
That's for the record. But yeah,
Do we have any applicants?
or can I motion to seat Cheryl Yellowhawk Duville as the rodeo coordinator?
If she's interested, I guess.
Did she apply?
Do we have any applicants?
I think she
What
was
we
on the
did is
last
we
list.
just, remember I gave a report yesterday.
Oh, it just started.
We met and we, according to ordinance, we had to advertise those coordinators positions, Wachipi, special events and then rodeo. I did call some of them, and even as far as Wachipi, some of them that been involved in it for quite a few years, I asked them to apply. And I did do that with the rodeo, to the coordinator, as I called a few of them to ask them to apply for that coordinator positions, because I thought they would be a good coordinator. So they are gonna apply, so I think we should give them a chance to do that.
Yeah.
And one of them was Cheryl, so she was interested in it, so
She hasn't.
We're getting one.
she hasn't applied, so.
It's just one more week, right?
Yeah.
I know it's a week.
She didn't get a chance to apply, so just give him a chance to
Yeah,
apply.
yeah. Let's,
I want to go point of order. I feel like we're all getting out of control.
yeah.
We need your gavel back.
Okay, I don't know what happened to it though, disappeared, so.
Is that what that was?
someone's-
We'll hear him on the 26th.
Okay, we are on, resolutions. Oh, Kathy, sorry, go ahead. I thought you was raising your hand.
You
for
want me
second.
to wear a bright red or something?
Yeah, you might,
Or sit up higher, get me a higher
might
chair?
help, yeah.
No, I just wanted to mention that, last year, when these first came on the floor, I did make a motion not to fill any of these positions until we made a decision on allowing employees, and we went ahead and we filled a couple of these committees, even though there was a motion in place not to fill them, until after that went through personnel policies and procedures. I just want that to be on the record, because when we make motions, when anyone in here makes a motion, it needs to be respected. Thank you. And, that need to advertise should also include the fair manager.
I just want to reaffirm a motion that I made in February to make sure that all council reps and administration aren't hosting any events during election season. And just to remember that too.
Okay.
I had a question on the fair, is that also, yeah, right? I think it's 10,
Eric, go ahead.
Chris, clarify what you mean.
I don't get, what are you trying to say?
No, since we're reaffirming stuff from the past, I just wanted to reaffirm a motion that I made back in February that it got passed here too. It was to stop all of us from hosting events, our administration from hosting events and looking at our programs first. And I just wanted to just reaffirm that, just to reaffirm it.
Tribal funds, is that what you're referring to with tribal funds?
Tribal fund, anything to help a person out from the council or something.
Dinner, bro.
Oh, you want to have a dinner? Have a dinner, but yes, it's tribal funds, and I'm sorry if I offended anyone. I just don't think it's fair to the people out there either.
Your motion to reaffirm,
Yeah, I just reaffirm that.
can we get a second? Emily?
It was already passed, right? It's just referring to motion.
Question by Ben. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting? Motion carried. Okay, are we on resolutions for approval now? Go down the list. Everybody have their gray folders? Okay, the motion to approve the secretary's report by Jordan, second by Ray, question by Lisa. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
1.
Not voting? Motion carried. Emily?
Just before we move on, I know I'm a broken record. I was just making sure that the report that I've been asking for from the youth fair, has that been emailed out yet? From Youth Day last year?
Youth Day from last year.
Remember, she said she would email it out after that meeting and the meeting before.
I could ask her.
I'm pretty sure it was in her email.
I thought she did email that.
It didn't come to all council. Could somebody forward it?
No, she sent it to that council at RST-MSN.
Yeah, like the summary, yeah. Did you get it? No, I looked for it because I got sent a screenshot from like a Facebook post and apparently some people did get it. So I just wanted to make sure that all of us have it. Thank you.
Right, Michelle?
I don't know. It wasn't the whole post. So I didn't know.
Where are we at with the community, the casino drawing? For the community?
That our second half of last month's agenda.
So the one that's gonna go out, is that for April, or where, what month are we? April? Is it going out when, come out? It's going out when?
Couldn't hear any of that.
They got it today, so probably tomorrow. Can you repeat that amount?
We got the balance of $125,000 for April. Yes. Okay. And then we're gonna get another $25,000 this Friday, which is made part of the days.
Can I ask a question just as a follow-up? It got brought up in our community meetings recently, and so a lot of the push has been because of the land issues and everything, is if the casino needs a cushion or needs some time, if that they could get the allocations that normally come from the casino from some lease revenue just for the next couple months or however long the casino needed. So I just wanted to throw that out there. If that casino needs time to rebound or whatever with the new leadership, then just if we could throw some ideas around to how they're going to mediate in the meantime, because I think the biggest concern is just not having an answer either way. So, thank you.
Okay, let's start our resolutions. I have all these Nicole's. Yeah,
Are we going down the list?
yes.
I know budget and finance is first, but the court administrator is here, so I don't know if the judiciary committee wants to start.
Do you want to, Cheryl, are you here to present something, or? Oh.
The court has 4 resolutions
Yes.
today.
Yes, that's one that we went to go over to. It's also, she had, we actually come down also because there were some questions on that one with, the one that was for the elderly code on it. So she was able to come down. We'd asked her during our committee, if you want to come down to answer
You
some
have
questions.
copies, or are they in the packet?
They're back. Yep.
From judiciary?
Sure.
Oh, yeah, that's something. Are you guys getting them?
Yeah.
You mean my friend?
You wanna do it? Sure.
It's 142. The 142 is the one that they should have, but they wanted tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh, I would do it.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to get the floor for Cheryl. Either, you wanna?
Okay.
Okay.
Cheryl, talk about your resolutions and what we do.
Let's do the elder protection one first, and we all have talked about that already.
Then you need to bring these on for her so we can discuss them.
This one was already, when I was come on, which was 2024, 142. That's I think the last one, the back, the last page in the back.
That's for the elder code, right?
For the elder code, yes.
Okay, so motion to approve 2024-142,
Yep, motion.
second by Damon. And go ahead and read the ordinance, resolution. You can if you want.
Yep, that's not good. Ask questions.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Start on the 7th, whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court has a federal grant that ends 12/31/24 for an elder protection project that includes funding to pay an attorney to revise and strengthen the Rosebud Sioux Tribe's elder code. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court solicited interest from 4 attorneys who have worked with the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, Janet Routson, Ronald Hutchinson, Kelsey Ruby, and Vicki Letfan, asking if they would be interested in doing the work to update the Rosebud Sioux Tribe's elder code. And none of those lawyers except Kelsey Ruby are able to do the work at this time. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court has negotiated the attached proposed contract authorizing Kelsey Ruby to revise and strengthen the Rosebud Sioux Tribe's elder code at $72,000 to be paid from the court's elder protection grant. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court requests the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council to accept and approve the attached contract and approve payment of the services contained therein on a sole source basis to revise the existing elder code sections of the Rosebud Sioux Law and Order Code, to bring such code up to date, provide more thorough guidance to those using the code, and better protections for the elder population. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the sole source selection of Kelsey Ruby as the attorney to revise and strengthen the Rosebud Sioux Tribe's elder code, and approves the attached contract for $72,000 to complete that work by December 31st, 2024. Be it further resolved that the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or his authorized designee is authorized and directed to sign all pertinent applications, contracts, and documents thereof. Now, we only selected interest from the 4 lawyers who have done work here on their reservation. We did not put the bid out to Rapid City, Sioux Falls here. Those people don't know the reservation. They don't know our people. And they specifically don't know the problems that our elders have. So we targeted the lawyers who have done work here on the tribe, reservation. And so Kelsey Ruby was the only one willing to do the work. I brought some of the grant documents. I think there was a question about whether it was a goal of the grant, and it is. The grant is for $720,000. We have $79,000 in contract services money that we have to spend by December 31st. And goal 1 is to establish a solid foundation for responding to the needs of elder victims. Objective 3 of that goal is to change and implement new elder abuse laws that will assist in the protection of tribal elders. Yeah, so we only have 6 months to get this work done and to spend that money, or we lose the benefit of the money. And so please, please approve this contract so we can get working on it. I have a question.
Go ahead, Emily. We already have a motion for approval. We just need a discussion and a question, so.
Thank you. There's just a little bit of a conflict on 7 of the termination of contract of 7.1. It says upon 60 days, but has 30 in parentheses, so I'm just wondering which one it is. Thank you. Yeah, it's just a typo. I just wanted to clarify which one we're.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. It's a contract, so I just wanted to make sure it was saying what it's saying.
Supposed to be 30?
I don't know. I don't know if it's supposed to be 30. I don't know if it's supposed to be 60. Sorry. No, that's fine. I just didn't know which one it was. Thank you.
As amended. Bylaws, you have a question?
Yes. Thank you, Chairman. I wonder that we have, this one person out of all these lawyers who are willing or being presented to do the contract. We have a firm that we hired to do our AG work. I also feel that it can be, I don't know, our firm can do it. A motion was made. Did we do that? So we'll have to. Meeting. I mean, look, it looks like there's a motion made on that at the last meeting. Because, you know, you look at, for me, it's about our elders here as well. Not only do people on the outside not know how our elders live here, but it happens here too. Just because somebody's working here and is here, that doesn't mean that they don't know the situation on our elders. We have a firm that we hired. Why aren't we utilizing them?
Else, what?
Has she done some of the work already on it?
She was tribal prosecutor here for a number of years.
So the only issue that we have is they're on a deadline. If they don't get this money spent by the end of the year, then they lose it. And bringing in this whole new firm that has all this other stuff is, I think, to me, would be time consuming and be running on a deadline, not knowing if they can get it done. Whereas she was already involved in this process, which is the only reason why I support it, trying to help Cheryl get her money spent and our elder code up to date.
More discussion on it. Lisa?
You have Madam Secretary look to see if there was a motion to have, what's her law firm?
People's
Theater do it.
It was on May 22nd, because I have it that was tabled, so I don't have much.
Yes, it was tabled then because of to save that cost from that grant by having someone do it that we're already paying. That was what the table motion was. And that's the Albert one? Yeah.
I don't remember. All I have is it's tabled, sorry.
Go ahead.
I'd like to support Cheryl in this. I was just recently up on Standing Rock and I had dinner with the elderly program director there, and she said that, and also the chief of police for Standing Rock. We were having dinner and elders were the topic of our evening conversation, and it was the abuse of elders and how it's the tacojas, the kids, even the great grandkids who are doing a lot of it. So, she said her tribal council needed to support the elders a little more. And, hearing another tribe's director put it that way for her people, and then having someone come here and who's already done the work, who's already got somebody who's been here and knows our people, I'm going to support Cheryl today because I don't think we have time to be finding other people and going through all those ropes when we have somebody right here. So I'd like to support this. Thank you.
Ray, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I just have a comment too, and I know that probably makes the best sense to give it to Peebles and Kidder, but we also got an email saying that they gave us a 30-day notice, so I don't think, we're just gonna drag it out longer, and they are on a deadline, so I support it as well.
Let that kind of was tabled because that wasn't in place.
Came after.
Yeah, that's how you call it.
Question?
Yeah.
Okay. Question's been called. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13,
Opposed?
2.
Not voting? 1. Motion carried. Okay, we have another one. We go back to the front. Ben, you've got 2024, 139.
Yep.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second. Era, go ahead, Ben.
Sorry, top of it. The third, whereas Rosebud Tribe is responsible for handling all criminal, civil, and juvenile matters within the jurisdiction of the Rosebud Tribe. The RST Court is responsible for all hearings, trials, and other proceedings until the criminal or civil cases have been adjudicated. And whereas Rosebud Tribe Court, through the Rosebud Tribe's Constitution, also provides an appellate court for defendant and/or tribal members for seeking judicial review of criminal or civil decisions in the RST Court. And whereas the RST Court, through contract, provides a chief judge, associate judge, and magistrate judge, and 6 appellate justices to decide matters of cause that comes before the court, who are paid in accordance with duly executive contracts approved by the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council. Now for there be resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Council hereby approves the request for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Court for approval of the provided contract for Associate Judge Stephen R. Emery for a 4-year period. And be it finally resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court Council hereby authorize the tribal president and his or designee to sign the permanent document thereof. The contract is in the back.
Discussion.
Question.
Question by Lisa. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Carried.
Looking for the 6.
We have one that's,
The next one, that 20, well, this is the 22-316.
what are we doing with this one,
This is
Ben?
the same thing. Well, this was probably the same one, 'cause it has one on it.
This one's for magistrate. See? The first one was for associate, right?
Yeah.
So 2024, 140 now.
140.
Motion to approve.
Motion approved.
Second. Jordan, go ahead.
Yeah, Rosebud Sioux Tribe responsible for handling all criminal and civil juvenile matters within the jurisdiction of Rosebud Sioux Tribe. The RST Court is responsible for hearing, trials, and other proceedings until the criminal or civil cases have been adjudicated. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court, through the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Constitution, also provides an appellate court for defendant and/or tribal members for seeking judicial review of criminal or civil decisions in the RST Court. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Court, through contract, provided a chief judge, associate judge, a magistrate judge, and 6 appellate judges to decide the merits of cases that come before the court who are paid in accordance with duly executive contracts approved by the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council. Now therefore be resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Court Council hereby approves the request of Rosebud Sioux Tribe Court for approval of a provided contract judge magistrate associate judge Robert W. Brown for a 4-year period. And be it finally resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Council hereby authorize the tribal president or his designee to sign the parent document thereafter. And his contract is well.
Discussion.
Second.
Question? Question? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
Moving on, 2024, 141.
Okay, motion to approve. Second, Ray, go ahead.
Yeah, so the contract, whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribe is responsible for handling all criminal matters, adult and juvenile within the criminal and civil jurisdiction of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. The RST Court is responsible for all legal hearings and other matters until the criminal or civil cases have been adjudicated. And whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribe Court, through the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Constitution, also provides an appellate court for defending and or tribal members for seeking another option on criminal or civil decisions in the RST courts. And whereas the RST Court, through contract, provided judges, associate judge, magistrate, associate judges, and 6 appellate judges to decide the merit of cases that come before them who are paid in accordance with duly exacted contracts approved by the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council. Now therefore be resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Council hereby approves the request of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Courts for approval of the provided contract of Chief Judge Sherman J. Marshall for a 4-year period, and be it finally resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Court Council hereby authorizes the tribal president or his designee to sign all apparent documents thereof. This contract is in the back.
Discussion. Question by Sheriff. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
And that last one was the.
Opposed? 0. Not voting? 2. Motion carried.
The last one was one that agreed,
2024-142, motion to approve, and second.
Yeah, we already did that one. We already did that one. Just say we did that one.
All right, I think we're done with the packet then.
It's good.
Lila, you have a question or comment?
Thank you, Chairman. I want to make a motion for,
Kelsey Ruby to work with one of our, Lakota speaker elders, whether it be, maybe they can, decide, but we have plenty of, elders who speak the language, who are familiar with, the way we live around here. So I don't know, there's Russell, there's Uncle Dwayne, there's Victor, somebody of that caliber to, kind of help work with her.
I have a question. Can I ask you a question? Would you be willing to, like, maybe if there's an existing elder task force, if not create one for the purpose of working with this? Because I think that's a great idea to involve the elder in the creation. I don't know if we have, like.
We do have an elder council, and Russell is one of the members, and they provide a lot of the input into elder meetings and the laws that are going to be.
Okay. Lila, we made a motion, we didn't ever get a second, so we need a second. Chris? Okay.
She's finishing the motion.
Okay, go ahead. Are you done?
All right. Yeah, I was just wanting them to work with her.
There's a motion to have work.
And that they review it, and that they're able to review it for us, yeah.
Okay, all right. Restate your motion then.
Oh, motion to have, should I put his name there? Or elder.
Just the elder.
Because if it's a woman, yeah, the elder council, to work with Kelsey Ruby on the elder
Code revisions.
vision. Yep. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, let's just
Second
keep
by
it
Chris
elders,
and
yeah.
question by Emily, right?
Yeah.
Okay, question by Emily. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting? Motion carried.
Another question, how are they being compensated, this elder group? Elder committee?
There are provisions in the budget to pay them $75 per meeting, but I can assure you they're donating more time than they're getting. Because we're having meetings out in all the communities, and I think we only have 4 communities left to go and talk to, just talk about the elder protection project and do surveys and stuff. So, yeah, they do a lot of work.
Okay, because, we probably, if you need, more money, more fund, if it could come to budget finance, Wayne, is there anywhere that we'd be able to,
There's a grant fund, anything that needs to be spent down?
Yeah, $75 per meeting, per elder council member per month.
If there's like nothing elsewhere to pull that might need to be spent down.
Can't modify it, can increase it.
We might have time to do that. Okay.
All
How
right.
much are you thinking would be fair
At least 150 or, yeah.
per meeting? We're gonna have money left at the end of the year, so we might as well have someone benefit. Okay, that'd be a great place to put your money. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we are on other resolutions. We'll start out with budget and finance.
I was on Lennon.
Yeah.
After judiciary?
I'm following the list of what the secretary's office gave us, so.
I guess I gotta take off soon, but.
You just got a couple?
I got a little list here.
She just let them go first because she was sitting here, but really budget and finance was supposed to go first. Sorry. Start it.
We have that finance one too, that needs a certain amount of. Contract.
After this one, we'll get to London. What, Emily?
I have a question, but it kind of needs to be asked probably off air, so I'm just wondering if we're gonna take a break later this afternoon, if I'm able to ask that. I just need some, guidance, I guess, on an issue that is wanting to get presented. But there's some, I don't know, personal issues, I guess, that shouldn't be on the air.
Do we want to go off the air and
I
then?
was gonna ask about.
I'll wait till the resolution's, I just wanted to know like timing, have time this afternoon, just so I could get back to these people.
I was
Let them
gonna
know.
ask to go off air before we get into our budget and finance resolutions. It's not a finance matter, but it concerns an employee.
Okay, let's,
So if we could go off air, then maybe she can address it when I'm done.
Chris?
Yeah, real fast, I just, I've asked a couple of my colleagues to bring it up too in, budget and finance, and I'm sure they have, and I brought it up in other committees too, but I just want to make a quick motion to, have solid waste provide roll-offs to all our our Sundances throughout the, summer, and have budget and finance provide that, money for solid waste, so that they can do that, roughly about 20 of them.
We actually have a list, and then I think the tribal secretary is gonna go and contact somebody from each one to see how many roll-offs they need.
Oh yeah, see, like that's perfect, but we're taking our, we waited too long to do that, and the first dance is gonna be next week and the week after that, and so I feel like if we can get the roll-offs at least going for right now.
Did you get any information on that?
We were in council after 5, so I didn't get a chance to work on it yet.
Chris is making a motion. We need a second before it dies.
It did come from committees, right?
Yeah.
We addressed it in budget and finance, but what we wanted to do was get
I'll
a
second.
list to see how many roll-offs for each Sundance.
Well, the committee that we were at was one for Sundance, just to get them something right now.
Yeah, because like all the other necessities for a Sunday, we could talk about this all day, but the thing is we're starting too late for them, and so I just want to make sure that at least have something for the first time, you
We
know.
can plan better.
And then what we have left over could be made for next year's plan.
There's a motion on the floor, second by Jordan. Sheriff, you got a comment, question?
I do. We got a quote this morning from Solid Waste, and it's under the amount that Budget and Finance can approve, so we're going to approve it tomorrow at Budget and Finance. So you could make your motion, but it's not necessary.
Just for the record, I mean, we got a second, so.
Why don't you just make the motion and include that quote amount?
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me get it.
Okay, that way we could just.
It's for 22 Sundances, and the amount is, hold on, I'm going through my.
40.
Sorry, I'm getting there. $12,650.
As motion as amended with that.
And then take that out of LATC funds?
Fine.
Yeah, and then to be taken out of LATC funds.
And for budget and finance to take it out of LATC funds.
Okay, we got a second. Is there any more questions or discussion?
Can I get a roll off this Swift Bear?
All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Oh, question, right, Emily? Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried.
Thank you.
Okay, we need to go off the air.
Oh, okay. So this one, 2022-282 with a small writing. I'll make a motion to reconsider and amend it.
2024-92.
No,
2022.
motion to reconsider and amend 2022-282.
Okay, so motion on the floor, need a second. Fremont,
And this is for 25 or 21 L leasing. We're just increasing that amount that says not to exceed 25,000. We're increasing it to 50,000.
okay,
That's from
discussion. Need a question. Bill, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Well,
Opposed?
13.
Not voting.
Okay, the next one we have is,
What was not voting? Not voting.
1304?
1304, okay. Motion carried.
okay, the next one is 2024-92. I move to approve.
Motion on the floor, approve. Need a second. Dara, go ahead, Lisa.
Let's see. I'll start at, how long is this one? I'll start at the seventh whereas. Whereas the procurement policy procedures requires purchases of goods and services over 25,000 and over to be approved by the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council. And whereas the procurement policy and procedures requires all contracts over the amount of 25,000 require a tribal resolution and council approval. Whereas RST ordinance number 2023-05 establishes an ethics and code of conduct policy that requires all employees and council members elected or appointed to avoid transaction resulting in conflict of interest or raising reasonable question of conflict of interest. Whereas the hiring by RST department director of a direct relative such as a son, daughter, husband, relative, or husband, wife, siblings, parents, or aunts or uncles or aunts, can be considered a transaction that poses reasonable question of conflict of interest for both the supervisor and the supervised. Whereas the assignment of a direct relative to any program in the Rosebud Sioux Tribe by a department director or council member, elected or appointed, shall be considered as using their position for private advantage in accordance with the ethics and code of conduct policy. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe adopts. Huh? Becky? Therefore, be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe adopts the following policy pertaining to contracts to be included in the procurement policy and procedures manual in order to support the ethics code of conduct policies included in ordinance number 2003-05 and other applicable aforementioned legislation. And in the back is the policy.
Okay, we have a
I
discussion.
gotta read this too.
Yeah.
For the record, the contracts policy, all RST department directors shall abstain from hiring any direct relatives within 1 degree of separation in any direction. Son, daughter, husband, wife, parent, sibling, or uncle, aunt. As to avoid conflicts of interest, this provision includes all contracts for any amount and or duration of time. All RST department directors or other applicable staff and supervisory positions shall abstain from assigning any direct relatives or other supervisors, programs, and or governmental departments as a means to bypass the aforementioned contract provision. All contracts labeled as short-term positions and or for an amount below 25,000 USD USD that require the hiring of a former or current staff member for a previously held position or a position with similar competencies as the one previously held regardless of explicit title will require approval of the RST Tribal Council regardless of the compensation amount.
So what does this mean for all the family members that are already in jobs with mama and daddy?
Kathy, go ahead.
Discussing
Then Lila.
I was just wondering if the CFO was included on this. Because this is something that was always, they have a policy back there that would cover this. And so I'd like to know if our CFO was included in this decision, this resolution. If not, I think she needs to be involved in it.
Okay.
Let that, okay, make a motion to table it until she has.
Okay, motion to table. Second. Motion died for lack of second. But we're still in discussion.
I seconded it.
Oh, you seconded? Okay. All right, well, let's vote on it. There's no, discussion, so all in favor of tabling motion?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Opposed?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. Table. Derek, go ahead.
I have a question. The motion to table had a stipulation on it. And it was to table, well, first there was a question asked, and then we weren't allowed to clarify that question before the tabling motion happened. The CFO does, or used to, come to our budget and finance meetings. And she was there when we had this discussion and raised question regarding some staff. We should probably go off air for this.
Well, I think there's a table in motion that we can't
It's already
discuss it now.
tabled, so it's,
Sorry, Sheriff, we can't discuss it now.
It's already
I
passed.
know you wanted to have some discussion, but tabling motion was asked for, so.
It passed?
That passed, yep. So, I'm sorry.
So the tabling motion
So it
was.
can't be discussed now.
Oh, I get that, but you said you wanted to table until the CFO was included in this.
But we're still discussing it. It's tabled, so no discussion now. It's tabled.
So,
Can you give me some clarification on
well,
that?
I think we need to take it back to a committee to add them to this resolution if you wanted it included. We could have done it before that, but now that's a tabling motion, so we have no discussion on it, but we can be brought back at a later date with these amendments.
What's the amendment that they're requesting?
To add the CFO in there.
It would be nice if,
You're still having discussion on it. Table.
Let's move on.
We'll take it back to committee.
190, what's the next one? 193 or 93?
Yeah, EPO budget modification amount. Motion to approve 2024-193.
Need a second?
193 or 93? 93. I'll second.
Sure. Go ahead.
I'll start at the fifth whereas. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Environmental Protection Office Climate Pollution Reduction Grant, CPRG, is seeking approval for a budget modification amount of $262,500. $262,500 will be moved from the personnel line item and will be placed in the contractual line item for FY24 through FY26 budget. These budget modifications will hire contract workers for the duration of the climate pollution reduction grant. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe recommends that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council to adopt the recommendation of the RST Environmental Protection Office to authorize budget modifications of Environmental Protection Agency Climate Pollution Reduction Grant, CPRG, to be placed in the contractual line item. Now therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe adopts the recommendation for approval of budget modification for the amount of $262,500 through FY24 through FY26 funds. And that be it further resolved that the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe is authorized, or his authorized delegate is authorized to direct to sign any and all documents to the Environmental Protection Agency Region 8 Climate Pollution Reduction Grant, CPRG funding source. It's just a budget modification.
Okay.
I have a quick question.
Go ahead, Emily.
Just real quick, has there been any changes in the scope of work or what was the, I guess, justification for the request?
I did come to budget and finance, and they were gonna use that contractual line item. Were you guys there? I can't remember what they were gonna increase they needed that contractual line item to, was it to bring some workers in our company or something?
Yep, it was to bring a company in.
Oh, but my question was what changed from the original plan of hiring personnel to now needing it as a contractual worker?
Well, he's gonna use this funds in the contractual. I don't know.
I know. Is that okay if I answer?
Yeah.
Okay, so with the CPRG funding, we got that grant last year. And there has been no movement forward on hiring anybody. So this contract will go to this company, and once that is contracted out, they're gonna hire people underneath them.
So was there any, what were the issues, did they say, of not being able to hire? Because I'm just wondering like why we wouldn't be using this to build our own capacity rather than hire and send it outward and then it's gone in 2 years. So that's kind of why I was wondering what changed from the original intent of having personnel to giving it out.
Okay, so the CPRG grant is the step one, and we actually should have had this work done in March. And like I said, there was no action taken. I don't know why. I don't know why that program didn't take any action.
Is it the same program?
Yes.
They didn't do what they were required to, so they have to hire somebody else to do it? Thank you.
Okay, Kathy, go ahead.
With that, Chair, do you know, did they contact the funding agency for this change in modification?
Yes.
Okay. Any more discussion? Not, we need a question. Wait, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
1.
Not voting?
Okay. That one has? That one has? Yeah.
Motion carried.
Motion approved 2024-112.
Well, there's a 111 in here.
111.
Okay, so 111 and 113 is, that program is asking to separate from the master contract. So Ken Ledoux is looking in to make sure that these resolutions will follow it properly. So I'm putting those on hold right now.
We're gonna hold on.
So I'm gonna address them later. Yeah, I'm just waiting to visit with Ken Ledoux about some
You
stuff.
guys put them back in your folder.
Yeah. So that's 111 and 113. I mean, it would be good. They were separated before. We just want to do it properly.
With a motion to approve 2024-112, need a second? Chair, go ahead, Lisa.
112. So I'll start at the 7th, whereas the procurement policy and procedures requires purchases of goods and services over 10,000. We'll amend that to say 25,000 and over to be approved by the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Budget and Finance Committee has reviewed the recommendation of RST Law Enforcement Services and approves a selection of a quote submitted by Western Communications Incorporated for purchase and installation of 5 radios, 5 chargers, 15 remote speaker mics from Western Communications Incorporated, 3106 Campbell Street, Rapid City, South Dakota, for a total of $29,611.45 to be paid from RST Law Enforcement Services funds on a sole source basis. Now therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves selection of the quote from Western Communications Incorporated in an amount not to exceed $25,611.45 on a sole source basis. Be it also resolved that the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or his designee are authorized and directed to execute any and all related documents to sign and execute the purchase and installation of radio communications equipment for RC Law Enforcement Services on behalf of the tribe.
Okay, discussion. Go ahead, Kathy.
Lisa, do you know, so the way I'm understanding this is they're also going to be doing the installation Western Communications is? And was this already purchased? And this is after?
This wasn't purchased yet. So they had some other radios that were purchased from the same company, so they wanted to do it sole source, so all their radios come from the same place.
Okay, is there any more discussion? Not, we need a question. Rick, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting?
Zero.
Carried.
Motion to approve 2024-125.
Second by Jordan, go ahead.
I'll start at the third, whereas a proposed budget of $75,000 for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Preservation Office to complete an archaeological survey along fire trails and dozer cuts for the Rosebud BIA Fire Office during the 2024 field season. Whereas the Rosebud BIA Fire Office Notice of Award will support the scope of work for the Tribal Historical Preservation Office to conduct field work April through September 2024. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe approves the obligation of funds in the amount of $75,000 for expenditures related to the Tribal Historical Preservation Office. Be it finally resolved that the Tribal Council does direct the president or his designee of the tribe to sign all documents and assurances in conjunction with these activities.
Okay, discussion.
They don't have the budget attached, but they did bring it too.
There's no discussion. We need a question.
Question.
Question by Darrell. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting?
Motion to approve 2024-131.
Need a second?
Second.
Sheriff?
I'll start at the sixth, whereas the housing improvement program needs for budget modification to utilize existing prior carryover funds for contract number A13AV00537, all entitled housing improvement program. All prior year projects are completed or there are no further expenditures. Carryover funds must be moved to Part B category to provide service repairs. FY 2013 award, all funds have been expended. FY 14 award, Cat C moved to new Cat B repairs in the amount of $29,530. FY 15 award, Cat C moved to new Cat B repairs in the amount of $63,111. New Part B repairs to private home recipients at $46,320 for a total of $92,640. Two identified HIP recipients listed there who will benefit from the services the budget modification would allow the providing repairs, services, and completion date of September 30th, 2024. Most importantly, prior year's funding will be expended and the above contracts can be closed out in a timely manner. Oh, now therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Council hereby review the home improvement budget modification amount in $92,640 as recommended for approval, and be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council, approves the budget modification amount of $92,640 as presented in accordance with PL 93-638 Home Improvement Program contract.
Discussion. Any question? Fremont? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting?
Zero.
Motion carries. Okay, is that it for our budget finance?
Yep.
Okay, we're gonna go on. We've got some time sensitive stuff for land and actual. Lila, do you have a comment?
Yes, after I have, health admin here regarding the, girls that,
So Ken's getting over.
no.
The IRB ordinance?
Oh, yeah, the mental health code. And they did research and, they just would have to read it in today. We thought there would be 2 readings, but that's not the case. So they would need to comment. That's why I put it on the agenda. If they need to read it in.
We need what, 16 to approve any kind of code?
14.
14?
On the code?
It went to committee?
Oh, okay. So there's what, 16 of us here, so maybe 14 or?
Yeah, I think 14.
Okay.
13.3, 13.3.
Okay, let's,
Have Pam read in the whole thing.
Yeah, she can stand up here and give her the mic, but it's just that one.
Okay, is it a long presentation, or we just need a resolution and have our first reading and vote on it? Council, can we do this before we go on to land and actual resolutions? Okay,
As long as we don't lose quorum.
What committee is it coming from?
what's that?
What committee is it coming from?
Health admin, I don't know if health,
Stanley's got it there.
No, but doesn't it have to go through a tribal committee to come forward here?
I think it goes to governmental affairs, doesn't it? It's supposed
Well,
to.
I'll give a little bit of history on it. So last year in July, we brought the mental health code to our answering committee, which is health board. So they approved it. Then it went to Eric Antoine for review. And then, but before Eric got it, the Attorney General, which was Lloyd Guy at the time, he reviewed it. He gave his blessings on it. And then we just gave it to Eric as a formality. So he had it, and during that time frame, there was some time that went by. So last week I talked to him, and he told me to take it to judiciary, so I did. They passed it with the corrections or amendments to it. But during that time frame, we researched it, and we didn't have to, because it's not in a law and order code, so we don't have to have the two readings. But yeah, so we're just doing the amendments to certain sections here that pertain to the detox. And then if we want it in a law and order code, then we have to have two readings, public readings.
So how the new amendment, sorry.
Go ahead, Emily.
Earlier I asked if it went to a committee and I was told that it did. So I just like clarification, did the new amendments go through a committee?
Yeah, it went to judiciary last Friday.
Thank you.
Okay, so it still needs to be brought on as emergency legislation approving the mental health code. We need a number. Somebody from health board, can you bring this on?
It went through judiciary.
Ben,
We'll split it, okay? I'll take half, you take the other half. What's the number? I'm sorry.
155.
Motion for emergency legislation.
need a second? Jordan, question by Chair. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed? Not voting? Motion to approve?
Motion approved 2024-155.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll start at the fifth whereas.
Oh, second, Jordan, sorry.
Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Judiciary Committee has recommended the Rosebud Sioux Tribe adopt and approve the proposed amendments to, what's the official name?
What's the official title?
The mental health code.
The Rosebud Sioux Tribe Mental Health Code.
The
Unified Mental Health Code? Okay. To improve the process for mandatory treatment for drug and alcohol use disorders. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopts the amendments to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Mental Health Code by the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Judiciary Committee. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopts the amendments to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Mental Health Code, Unified, as amended, Mental Health Code by the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Judiciary Committee. Be it also resolved that the effective date of the amendment of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Code shall be upon the final approval of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council and publication as required by law. Be it also resolved that the Rosebud RST Office of the Secretary shall distribute the ordinance to all interested tribal entities, including tribal judges, police, Attorney General's office, Office of the Prosecutor, tribal attorney, and any other department responsible for the enforcement of this law. So we read it in last year, and you want to kind of step in on what the amendments are, or would you like it read in entirely?
I think when you're reading it, for the record, it has to be read in entirely, so, I don't know who wants to do that or not.
Pretty fast reading, from help.
Yeah, I'll call you in. right.
It's not really that long. It's
Yeah, it's not too
small
long.
print, so.
So section 2 of the Unified Mental Health Code as amended, definition subsection 4 as amended, criteria for involuntary commitment. A person who is subject to involuntary commitment for a severe mental illness or dual diagnosis of all criteria A through D are met. A, the person has a severe mental illness or dual diagnosis. B, due to the severe mental illness or dual diagnosis, the person is a danger to self or others. C, the person needs immediate treatment to prevent serious physical harm to self or others. And D, the person is likely to receive therapeutic benefit from treatment. Or a person is subject to involuntary commitment for an alcohol substance use disorder if all criteria E through H are met. The person has a severe alcohol use disorder and or substance use disorder in immediate need. See section 2, subsection 11. F, due to the alcohol substance use disorder presents a danger to self or others. G, the person needs immediate treatment to prevent serious physical harm on self or others. And H, the person is likely to receive therapeutic benefit from treatment. Subsection 8 as amended, danger to self and or others. A person as a result of a severe mental illness, dual diagnosis, or severe alcohol substance or disorder can reasonably be expected within the very near future to intentionally or unintentionally seriously cause physically harm to himself, herself, or another person. Or B, a person as a result of a severe mental illness, dual diagnosis, or severe alcohol substance use disorder has engaged in an act or made significant threats that are substantially supportive of the expectation that the threats will be carried out. Or C, as a result of a severe mental illness, dual diagnosis, or severe alcohol substance use disorder is unable to attend his or her basic physical needs, such as food, clothing, shelter, or health. In order to avoid serious harm to himself, herself, in the very near future, and having demonstrated that inability by failing to meet those basic physical needs. Subsection 2, or subsection 11. Person with a chronic alcohol or substance use disorder and immediate need defined. Severe alcohol use disorder or substance use disorder person in immediate need. A, an individual is a chronic alcoholic use disordered alcohol or chronic alcoholic use disordered person or substance use disordered person in immediate need when the person presents an immediate and substantial threat if irreparable harm to self or other. Subsection A, the person is diagnosed with a severe alcohol use disorder or severe substance use disorder diagnostic and statistical manual, DSM/V. B, subsection B, there is probable cause to believe the individual is likely has such a disorder prior to mental health professional evaluation. Okay, take over here.
Okay, section 4 as amended, the involuntary commitment of a person with severe mental illness or dual diagnosis. Subsection 1 as amended, protective custody, mental illness hold. A peace officer may apprehend any person that she has probable cause to believe requires emergency intervention based on danger to self or others. This includes danger to self or others due to an alcohol or substance use disorder. The peace officer shall transport the person to an appropriate medical or mental health or detention facility, which may include the Rosebud IHS Service Unit Hospital or the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Social Detoxification Program. A jail may not be used for custody until the availability of other facilities has been explored and exhausted. No person may remain in jail for longer than 24 hours before examination. Subsection 2 as amended, petition asserting need for immediate intervention of a person with mental illness or person apprehended. When any person is alleged to be severely mentally ill or have a severe alcohol or substance use disorder, and due to the illness be in such condition that immediate intervention is necessary for the protection from physical harm of himself or others, any person 18 years of age or older may petition the tribal court where such allegedly severely ill individual is found.
stating the factual basis for concluding that such person is severely ill and in immediate need of intervention. The petition shall be upon a form and be verified by affidavit. The petition shall be of a set format, include a certificate from a QMHP, or state the reason such a certificate could not be obtained prior to filing of the petition. Subsection 13, the maximum duration of involuntary treatment for severe alcohol or substance use disorders. The duration of each involuntary treatment strictly for an alcohol or substance use disorder is not to exceed 90 days, nor shall the total duration of involuntary treatment for alcohol or substance use disorder exceed 120 days in any 12-month period. Subsection 14, failure to comply with treatment for severe alcohol use disorder or substance use disorder. And if an individual's failure to comply with involuntary treatment strictly for alcohol or substance use disorder is described in this code, shall be grounds for the accused to be charged with disobedience to the lawful orders of the court, which carries a maximum penalty of 30 days imprisonment. This is a big victory for a lot of families, so thank you very much. An ICO, involuntary commitment order, every other reservation except for us was using them, and thank you very much.
Okay, any discussion? Kathy and then Emily.
Thank you. I was just gonna ask how, like, we know that some of our youth deal with this, so is there any way that you're gonna incorporate the youth into this as well? Because it says that 18 older can do the filing, but for kids that end up at JC that may have an issue like this going on, are you including JDC with this policy?
We haven't really, I've got calls to look at the, what is it called, the mental health code for children, but we have to tread very lightly with that because of the fact that it has, with children, it's a whole different dynamic with adults.
So if, like, what if there's a parent whose child's in there and the parent feels that child falls in this category, then how do you deal with that?
Then we would just incorporate what, what they want with this policy. But until then, with the children, if they're below that 18, we won't touch it until we actually look at the mental health code for the children.
Yeah, well, that's why it's really important because, if you have a child in there that falls in this category and something happens, they commit suicide or something even worse happens to them, then we need to be covered in that area as well.
Yeah.
So I think maybe you should.
We're gonna eventually get to that point, but when we do get to the children's piece of it, we have to really make sure we have somebody, a lawyer, look at it and do the advisements to those pieces.
Okay. And then the other part that I wanted to, my notes I jotted down is, I think that in the body of the resolution that was just read in that last, be it resolved, where we're including who this should be dispersed to, I think that this could also go to IHS's ER, because a lot of this specific situation ends up in our ER, and you want to make sure that ER is following this policy too with patients that are coming in with this possible condition. Yep. So I'd like to have that amended to include where it says, our state office of the secretary shall distribute the ordinance to all interested in tribal entities, including tribal judges, etc., that in that language, we also include IHS emergency room.
Yep, as amended.
And what was included where, or can you send it to
IHS ED?
IHS and emergency room under the list of who all to distribute it to.
And I thank you too. I wished, this is on a personal level, but I wish this would have came through years ago, because I have a family member that's incarcerated indefinitely now because we didn't do it. And his whole youth, his teenage years into his adult years, he's spending there now because we didn't have such a law in place. So I'm glad, and I hope it prevents other kids from ending up in the system and having to grow to an old age in the system because we didn't have something like this in place in the past. So thank you for doing this, because like Dara said, it's gonna help a lot of people.
Emily?
Thank you. Sorry, I have a couple, thank you guys for being here. I have a couple notes and I can't read standing up, I'm blind. Thank you guys for this. I'm late to it. I know you guys have put a lot of work into this, so my questions, sorry if they're old or redundant, but the first one I have is, have other people like, our other treatment facilities or all of the treatments or law enforcement or courts or IHS, have they been involved in the development of this?
Yeah, at the time last year when we brought this to the table, we had different entities and we had a meeting at IHS and everybody there was involved.
Awesome, thank you. Next one I had is, there's a couple parts in here that talk about like having an official diagnosis, and is that coming from like a medical person? And if so, do we have that type of staff local, or would we have to be shipping everybody to like, wherever else in those types of situations?
Yeah, the services are available locally, both at IHS and on the community side.
Great, and then my last one isn't for you guys, thank you, it's just, I wanted to know when we're done with this, if we could discuss the next steps that we would need to take to make sure that it becomes law, or whatever the issue was versus the law code versus the resolution, but thank you guys.
Okay, any more discussion? Chris?
Question.
Question by Chris. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
Thank you, council. 155. 155.
Now let's do my back again.
How's your baby?
Oh, so good.
Oh, going up fast already?
Amen.
Melting over there?
Huh?
Like a wicked.
Why are you stuck on this? You started going down.
Reality.
I think I know what's
Reality. First on the list. 10 minutes. She said.
Thought it was holy water?
Blacked out.
Are we on break?
Yeah, take a break.
Scott, don't disappear.
I move.
I must not have been at this one, 'cause I don't know what this one is
A
about.
motion to reconsider and rescind, 2017-138, need a second? Lisa, go ahead, Wayne.
Seventh, whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe's Triangle Resource Development has been tasked with assessing resources for the tribe to construct and operate its own tribal fire and rescue department. For the purpose of planning and securing leverage and grant resources for this project, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby designates a tract of land near the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Nation Employment and Training Program for the future business site for the new Rosebud Sioux Tribal Fire and Rescue Department. Oh,
Well, I remember this one had that map and I was questioning because it was in that lease within SNEP.
Yeah.
But it looked like they were using, so that lease might have to be modified or something.
yep, but it goes to the side of it. Yeah. Whereas the legal description for the designated tract of land is section 23T38 North, R30 West, 6 PM, Todd County, more particularly described as commencing at the west quarter of section 23, hence 80 degrees, 90, 40 east, a distance of 1855 feet in the point of the beginning, thence north 35, 47, 42, east, a distance of 560 feet, thence south 56, 18, 13, east, a distance of 286 feet, thence south 34, 31, 21, west, a distance of 345 feet, thence south 57, 23, 19, a distance of 410 feet, thence 25 degrees, 13, 26 west, a distance of 220 feet, thence north 56, 45, 53 west, a distance of 743 feet back at the point of the beginning. Said tract, thence north 56, 45, 53 west, a distance, oh my God, I said that, sorry. Contains 6 acres more or less, subject to all rights of way, ingress, egress, and therefore be it resolved that the Sioux Tribal Council approves and adopts the recommendation of the Tribal Land Committee and authorizes the use of the aforementioned tract of land as the future business site for the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Fire and Rescue Department. Be it further resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorize the tribal president or his designated official to sign and execute all applications and documents.
Okay, we're rescinding this one. It says on the note on top, it says motion to reconsider and rescind to free up land. Is that what we're doing, Wayne?
Yes.
It was that unused land around there, right?
Yep.
Any more discussion on it? Emily?
I just have a quick question. Did we check with that entity and they're aware of it? Or I just wanted to make sure for communication purposes. I didn't know if they needed it for planning or whatever, so I questioned that at committee.
We don't actually have a building. So that's where it's going to hopefully be built if we get enough money.
Okay, so this one's getting rescinding this?
Free up this land for the new building, right?
For the new building.
But it involves SNAP land, right?
The one's right behind the fence.
It's kind of like behind in that fenced area,
So why does this need to be rescinded?
because that one placed it like right up by the road.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, call for the question. Chris?
I don't know.
All in favor?
It'd be good to have them out there.
2, 3,
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
5.
Motion carried. Okay, that one's done. Go to the
Are there any
next
time
one.
sensitive ones? I know this. One keeps calling about that land, that, like,
Is it a land sale?
Yeah.
What number is it?
it's like the third one down, 2024-94.
We'll bring that one on. Wait.
224.96. They're all messed up, dude. Okay, I got this one. Black.
Well, it's for the beneficiary, right? Transferring?
I don't know what that, okay.
Yeah, reassignment, yep. Okay.
Like, I don't think there was any issues, right? It had a beneficiary and it's just getting transferred.
Right, because the other one passed away. Okay. Move to bring it on.
Motion to approve 2024-94, need a second?
Second.
Chris? Woodley?
Fourth, whereas Mary E. Yellowhawk larvae deceased March 14, 2023, held tribal assignment 308-C, described as south half southwest quarter of section 10 township 41 north range 26 west 6 p.m. Millette County, South Dakota, containing 80 acres more or less. Pursuant to the provisions of section 2 of the grant of assignment exchange assignment of tribal land, a designated beneficiary is on file as a tribal exchange assignment 308-C completed by Mary E. Yellowhawk larvae, requesting that upon her demise, this tribal exchange assignment be reassigned to her son, John Larvey, and there, whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Land Committee has reviewed a request and the reassignment recommends approval by the Tribal Council, now be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the reassignment of tribal exchange assignment 308C to John Larvey, and be it further resolved this assignment to its designation as tribal executive assignment 308D, and be it further resolved the president and secretary of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe authorized to sign all documents necessary to complete the assignment. Does it have to have a different insignia? Doesn't it stay 308C?
Isn't that how they track it? I don't know.
Because this one, it just changes right there to
When it
308D.
transfers to the next one, then I think that's how they track the,
And that's the tracking? Okay.
I think, I could, I don't know.
Can you check on that, Ms. Secretary?
So, any more discussion? Jordan, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Carried.
95?
195, motion to approve 2024-95, need a second. Chris, go ahead.
6, whereas the U.S. Department of Interior Bureau of Indian Affairs Regional Office has contacted the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe for the tribe's input on a possible relocation of the campground downstream of Ghost Hawk Dam to a proposed location in tract T6122 northeast of Ghost Hawk Dam, the main goal being to ensure the safety of the downstream residents and property. Whereas the current campground would continue to be used as a day use facility, but also overnight camping will be relocated to the new elevated position. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Land and Natural Resources Committee recommends that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe provide input into the possible relocation of the campground downstream of the Ghost Hawk Dam to the proposed location of tract 6122 northeast of Ghost Hawk Dam. And now therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorize the recommendation of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Land and Natural Committee to provide input and approve relocation of the campground downstream of Ghost Hawk Dam to the proposed location of tract 6122 east of Ghost Hawk Dam, and be it further resolved that the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or his authorized delegate is authorized to and directed to sign all related documents to support the tribe's input into the relocation of the Ghost Hawk campground. And map and folder attached, notes attached.
Share your question.
Yeah, is it where, is it over here by this 6122? That's the current spot, right? Where's the new spot?
It's up on the hill. So like, remember when you're coming around the corner, right before you get to the dam, there's a trail that kind of goes up the hill up above, so it would overlook the park. So there's an area when you get up there that opens up, and so the goal is to make a trail up there and then open it with, camping spots and like a picnic area and an overview area and things, but it gets it out of the floodplain.
It's not on the lakeside though, it's on
It can't be on the lakeside because there's allotted lands over there.
Okay, I was just making sure, didn't know if it was.
That was originally suggested, and then after the land status came back, that was better suited because of the lottee.
Okay. Any question? Carol, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried.
Bring on for approval 2024-96.
Need a second?
Second.
Sheriff, go ahead.
Fourth whereas, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council recommends that the BIA Strike Force work with the Tribal Land Enterprise Leasing Department to help with the information the department could provide. Now, therefore be it resolved that the Bureau of Indian Affairs develop the Strike Force to update all leases outstanding within the time of 2020 to 2022 and identify essential local and regional employees to work on the contracts in the event of a government shutdown, and be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves this request and provides any and all information that could complete this request.
Discussion. Question. Question by Lisa. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting? Carried.
144.
44. Motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Need a second? Chris? Go ahead.
Fourth whereas, Grace Russell, deceased November 7th, 2022, held tribal assignment 166A, described as Lot 123 and of Section 31 Township 97 North, Range 76 West, 6 p.m., Tripp County, South Dakota, containing 359 acres and 33.33 acres more or less. Whereas pursuant to the provisions of Section 2 of the Grant of Exchange Assignment of Tribal Land, a designation of beneficiaries on file for the Tribal Exchange Assignment 168A completed by Grace Russell, requesting that upon her demise, this Tribal Exchange Assignment be reassigned to her son, Kenneth Russell. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Land and Natural Resources Committee has reviewed the request for reassignment and recommends approval by the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council. Now before it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the reassignment of the Exchange Assignment 166A to Kenneth Russell, and be it further resolved that the assignment and designation as Tribal Executive Assignment 166-B, and be it further resolved that the President and the Secretary of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe are authorized to sign all documents necessary to complete this reassignment. Certificates included.
Discussion. Question. Emily? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried.
145.
Motion to approve. Need a second? Fremont?
Ooh. I don't remember this one.
That's that site that got amended.
Oh, up here on the hill?
On the hill.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Seventh whereas. What?
7 point, that's my
From the 1880s to the 1930s, the United States government initiated a policy to assimilate American Indians, Native Americans into white society. Native languages, spiritual beliefs, foods, traditions, and family life were considered uncivilized. So missionaries and the government opened schools on and off reservations to force children to abandon their traditions. Most Native American children who went to boarding schools were forcibly taken from their families. Army officer Richard Pright, founder of the first federal Indian boarding school, Carlisle Indian Industrial School, gave a speech in 1892 in which he summarized this philosophy as "kill the Indian, save the man." In 2015, Sichango Youth Council launched an initiative to return 9 Sichango relatives that were lost during the boarding school era at Carlisle Indian Industrial School in Carlisle, Pennsylvania. Recognizing the hardship and pain of the young ancestors went through while at Carlisle, the Sichango Youth Council began collaborating with the Tribal Historic Preservation Office and various federal agencies, including military departments. And July 14, 2021, Sichango relatives were finally brought home after more than 140 years. Whereas the Rosa Sioux tribe declared that July 14, 2021, as Tiata Glipi Ampetu, they are back to the homeland's day. Whereas the Tokala Inagio Sichango Youth Council would like to honor those 9 relatives as well as all of the children who were lost during the boarding school era by creating a memorial and monument to commemorate and honor the children, reminding all generations that the children deserve to come home where they belong. Whereas the Solo office has identified an area of land located in proposed memorial site designated Southwest 4th, Northwest 4th, Northwest and 4th, Northwest 4th, North 2, Northeast 4, Southeast 4, Northeast 4, Northeast 4 of Section 26, and North 2, Northeast 4, S, E 4, North E 4, North E 4 of Section 47, Township 38, and 30th West and 6 PM, Todd County, South Dakota. Said project contains 5.0 acres, more or less, located in Rosebud community as lands of the important archaeological, cultural, spiritual, and historical sites known as They Are Back to the Homeland's Day Memorial as a proposed historic preservation zone under Title 18. Be it further resolved that the coordinator of the Solo office is hereby authorized to sign off on certificate of zoning for this property.
That whole section shouldn't have been crossed off.
Oh, it shouldn't have been?
Mm-mm. The only
Okay.
part that should have been removed is where it says that it needs to be removed from range unit 310, the Rosebud Ranch and Farming Enterprise. But we still need to designate it that the above described tract of land with the attached map as the tribal historic preservation zone of 5 acres. So we still need to designate it that, but we just needed to remove the part because remember it wasn't within that range unit.
Oh, okay. So therefore be it resolved that the Rosa Sioux Tribal Council designates the above described tract of land with attached map as a tribal historic preservation zone and 5 acres.
No, but there was a confusion that that acreage was in this range unit. And
Yeah.
it was determined at Land and Natural that it wasn't. And so I thought the intent was just to remove the part that said we needed to remove it from the range unit because it's not currently within that range unit. And the map's back there, but the intention.
That's the only
of
thing
that-
we strike though?
But the intention was for us to still have us designated as a tribal historic preservation zone.
Okay.
I thought they wanted more acres, so that's why we.
They amended it, so when you look at the map, it's bigger than that original site. So I don't know if we just need to. I thought they amended it and brought it back to Land and Natural, that's what was taking so long. But I don't know, we can clarify with the Secretary's office to make sure that we're approving the most expanded recent version of the map. I mean, that's fine, but I thought that they came back and updated that. Remember it got longer or something?
Okay. 5 acres removed from range unit 310 Rosebud Ranch and Farming Enterprise. Waiving the existing moratorium on leases within grazing units held by the Rosebud Ranch and Farming Enterprise for this project area, and a new fence be constructed along the historic preservation zone perimeter.
That goes back in there?
Would that part need to be in there? If it's not in the, if it's not within the ranch?
That's why I thought that language needed to come out because it's not currently.
It's not that, it's a historic preservation zone.
So the only thing is if our leases require them to have a fence, then they need to whatever, but it's a little bit weird because I think what happened is technically when you look at that range unit, that's not the Game Fish and Parks has for the buffalo. There's a large portion of that that's not usable I thought we had fixed it years ago, but if that's still being listed in there, then it might be one of the cases that I mentioned earlier where there's double paying because we have a resolution that should have removed acreages, but it didn't get carried all the way through. So this might be one of those instances. So I don't know if we want to check on that.
We could check on it, but we could still pass it.
Yeah. If you can't read the map very well, it's when you're coming up Rosebud Hill, when you get on top, that other side of the hill of the men's fast pitch or whatever, that one, it would be before that on this side of the hill.
It's actually fenced right now.
Yeah.
Yep. You can see it when you, it's right behind the existing cemetery.
Yeah, so past the cemetery, then there's a draw, then when it comes back up in that hill, then it's on this side, not on the side of the baseball.
Okay, is there any more discussion? 3 more questions. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Fremont seconded it, so we have to have somebody else question it.
I don't have a question.
Chris? Opposed?
Yeah.
Not voting? Yes.
Yes.
Move to approve 146.
A second. Ben, go ahead.
6, whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Land and Natural Resource Committee recommends that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe approve an MOU between the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Cultural Resource Management Historic Preservation Office, RST THPO, and the St. Francis Mission. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves and authorizes the memorandum of agreement for historical, archaeological, and other review services between the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Cultural Resource Management Historic Preservation Office and the St. Francis Mission, a nonprofit corporation, and be it further resolved that the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or his authorized designee and the director of the THPO office are authorized to sign and execute and all documents related to the memorandum of agreement. They want to store some of the artifacts at the Buccal Museum in the agreements on the back.
We have Kathy and Emily.
I don't have the resolution in front of me, but I was contacted by one of the people at the cultural, I can't think of what the actual title of it. If Darrow's here, I think she knows what it is. But a long time ago, and I can't remember what year, Cynthia Gleschka does have this already. And so they were questioning why all of a sudden it's going this direction. I have to go through my messages because they were deemed by this tribe to be the place that stores this because they have everything in place for it already. And they have always stored artifacts for the tribe there at SGU. There is an agreement already in place with them to do exactly what this resolution is stating. So has anyone talked with them?
No, this came through from the THPO office.
Yes, so
Wonder if
see
they're
if I
full.
can find it, but the lady that works over there heard us talking about something last time and misinterpreted it as this. And so she said, if this comes up, can you please mention that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe already has an agreement for them to be where all cultural preservation is stored. I can't think of what it's called. But, maybe that's something that should be looked into before this is approved. Because if we already have an agreement in place for all this to be stored, and they, I know from working with Cynthia Gleschka, Maggie McKeegan, yeah, she's gone. She took a course where, she gave a course where they actually went to museums, and Cynthia Gleschka does have everything in place to properly store artifacts because they have to be under certain temperatures, certain conditions, some things that you can't just put in a box someplace.
Yeah, that's why I said maybe they were full, but we can table it.
That's what I was just gonna add a little bit if I could when you're done.
Yeah, so I told her I would bring it up if this came up, so I'm bringing it up because we as a tribe already have this in place and now we're going to do it again. So if we can actually include them, have them communicate or something, because if we already have a place and it's a big building. It's the one that, where the Commod building is. It's the, yeah.
The museum, the log
It's
house.
right there. That log house is where all this stuff is supposed to be stored and preserved.
Emily, go ahead.
Thank you. So I just wanted to provide a little bit of more overview, I guess, or insight here, even if we decide to wait on this, but there's a much larger need here. This was just to be, to fill a temporary need that was urgent, because what happens is they moved from the old building that they were in to a newer, it's not a new building, but that old house admin trailer. And because of the amount and condition and everything of their work, they couldn't move everybody out. And so they needed some temporary fix that could house in like they're saying, the closed environment where it's climate controlled and all that. And so I definitely think we should reach out to them, but I also wanted to be mindful that there is a bigger need, because our tribe has specific codes for this, not only TIPO, but we have our CRM code. And within that, we either need to change or modify or expand how we're going to do that, but none of that is possible until we give them their own facility. And so whenever we were talking at committee, they were one of the programs that did put together a proposal for the ARPA or CARES or whatever funding that had went through. And off the top of my head, I think it was around like $3 million to get this whole dream facility that could do that. And the reason why I'm bringing that up is because if we're looking at availability of funds, or if we're looking at planning, I really think that we need to list all of our needs in there. And for something that could be not only a protection of our resources, but that helps us connect to our Lakota identity and help learn from the past to bring that forward, I think that's an invaluable resource to have, and we should be really putting a lot more literal time and funding, but also just support behind that department. So I wanted to say that I'm not sure why they didn't go that way instead of this way, especially, with whatever, but I do know that there is a lot bigger need there, and I do know that there's a lot more potential that we could be utilizing that resource to protect, like I said, but also to educate and to reconnect. So thank you.
It's resolution 84-122.
So are we gonna draw a motion to approve or table it or? No, she didn't. She said we should table it. Did you make a motion? Table or did you say we should?
I didn't hear you, sorry.
Do you want to table it?
Yeah, let's table it until you can find more information out.
Motion to table, a second. Okay. Now, lack of a second, so I'll call for the question then.
It's about the Lakota Archives Research Center.
Lisa, questions. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Opposed?
1, 2,
Not voting?
7.
Motion carries.
Oh, hold on.
6, not voting 7, is that what you said? 6-1-7? Or 6-2? 6 in favor, 2 opposed, and
Not voting. 2.
6, yeah.
That's still too many.
It's 617, that's 14 of this one. There's 14 of us.
So, well, let's vote again. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Opposed?
1, 2.
Not voting?
1,
5.
2, 3, 4.
5 not voting.
5.
Yeah,
7-2-5. One goes,
725?
there's baseball
725.
players.
Yeah.
We just need it right here on our buttons. I just need a yes or no button right here.
That's next. And it can automatically calculate.
Yeah, we're moving on it.
Okay, next one.
164. Move to approve.
Motion to approve one.
Or I guess we consider it amend.
We consider an amendment.
(23-164). Which one is that over? (23-164). Reconsidering.
23-1.
So what's the changes? I thought we approved this long ago. There's nothing Xed out or.
Have you considered an amend, 2023-164, need a second?
I'll second that vote.
But there's nothing crossed out or added.
Let me look at my notes real fast. I don't know why.
I think it was before you.
Yeah, it's March. It was in March 2023.
Oh, I was thought it's this March. Well, it said it went to land and natural on 3/4/24, and I was on 3/4/24. So I was just gonna look at my notes.
They're just taking it out of TLE management and giving it to her.
So that's what I mean. I thought we did it.
He said he's still waiting for the resolution. I called him. Please.
Okay. Well, we'll start at 2, 4, 6.
How come it has a number and not signed?
Sorry,
It has the vote that it voted on July 6, 2023.
Well, a lot of TLE resolutions don't make it to our floor.
Oh, this is a TLE resolution, not a tribal resolution? Well, it says Rosebud Sioux Tribe Resolution Number 2023-164, that it passed in session on July 6, 2023, with a vote 14 in favor, 1 opposed.
Yeah. And it went, did it through March. And then July.
So this probably could.
So you told me to read it in the record?
Pass the resolution
Record, I guess.
But it already passed.
in July 18th.
Well, let's just withdraw your motion and move on.
Can you just follow up on that? Because maybe it just didn't get signed or
I'll just put
something.
it back in the gray thing and I'll.
TLE passed their own resolution for it, but it still needs our own council resolution for it.
And so can't we just sign this and give them a copy of it?
But we'd still have to pass it.
But it passed on July 6, 2023. The vote.
14 in favor, 1 opposed, 1 not voting.
But it says reconsider and amend. I don't know what needed to be amended though.
Well, let's read it in the record.
So we don't even know the changes. Oh, wait. We can't vote on it.
4, 6, 8. Oh, yeah, 'cause it's already voted on.
What are we gonna vote on? We don't know the changes.
Reaffirm?
Just,
Reaffirm, I guess.
Okay.
just withdraw and then ask Cleve what they're amending. Because they should have highlighted something or crossed it off or something.
But I think this is the one that is
Okay,
needed.
well, I'll pull it.
Wait,
Pull it.
this is the one that's needed, remember, that gives stadium sports to Redco? And they need it.
I know, but it's already voted on.
I know, so why can't we just give them a copy of it if it already passed?
Let me go see what the original in the file was. You want this?
Thank you.
Well, hold on. Are we?
Withdraw the motion, we'll go on to the next one. Bring it back on.
It's-
10-minute break.
10-minute break,
2 minutes, another 2 minutes. 5.
have a minute break.
5.
15.
8. Break time.
I'm gonna take off here though. I gotta go pick up the check. It's in that shit.
Let's take 10. Opposed?
0.
Not voting? 1. Motion carried.
What's that count? I missed it, sorry.
1401.
Okay, we have a few,
This one that, I'd like to bring on, just in case everybody has to leave, is a $200,000, grant, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife.
and that's on emergency legislation.
Yes.
A motion for emergency legislation.
Second. Which one is it?
The $200,000 grant, with the fish.
Oh, okay.
The number?
It doesn't have any.
Need a second?
I got you.
Kathy, questions, Chris? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. What's the number?
156.
156.
156.
Opposed? Not voting?
Okay.
Motion to approve.
Move to approve.
Need a second? Fremont, go ahead.
The 6, whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Tribe Game Fish and Parks requests approval to submit a $200,000 grant to fund a wildlife biologist for 2 years, specifically to address the decline in mule deer population on tribal lands and to estimate the population size and distribution of the black-footed ferret on tribal lands. A budget is attached and incorporated by the reference, and whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Land and Natural Resource Committee recommends that RST Tribal Council approve the submission of the grant proposed to UA Fish and Wildlife Grant Program in the amount of $200,000, and therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopt and approves the recommendation of RST LNR Committee for authorization to approve the submission of a grant to the UA Fish and Wildlife Grant Program in the amount of $200,000. Be it further resolved that the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and his authorized delegate is authorized to directed to sign any and all related documents to submit a grant proposal for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Grant Program. And there is a budget attached.
What's it say, UA or US?
U.S., I think. On the whereas in the end, could you make that change, please?
I have a question.
What, Emily?
So I was gonna ask that the committee, but our director wasn't able to make it, but I just have some concerns and I've been not knowing when to bring them up, especially considering how close I was to this department. And so I probably won't vote on this specific one, but I just want to give you a reason why. One, I want to start with, this position is very needed. 2, I want to mention, it's a little bit disheartening to realize that we have a budget over there that gets spent frivolously, yet we couldn't up our amount to hire our own biologists with our own revenue. So I'm a little bit disturbed and disappointed about that. The wages of that are unfair. They've been stagnant from when I was in there till now, obviously. So I just want to, what I'll probably do is when I'm done and we vote on this one, I'll probably ask to make a separate motion that is going to ask that department to come up with a plan on how they're going to address the ongoing lack of natural resource management and the emphasis on game and hunting only. It's evident in their request that they're only looking at mule deer. I understand ferrets, but that's a little bit different issue. As far as there's money involved in endangered species management. So again, I'm really disappointed that we have not had any comments from this body in the previous years as far as the lack of management of our natural resources, because that department is actually called the Department of Natural Resources. There is a subdivision of game fish and parks, but again, the top tier and scope of the whole thing is for natural resource management, and there's been gross neglect for far too long. So I just want to put that all out there and say, yes, this is probably very needed, but I don't think this is the avenue that's going to sustain that program. And I'm very disheartened to see that this is how we're going to bring out more outsiders in rather than building up a local capacity. Thank you.
More discussion? Any questions? Charles? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Opposed?
One.
Not voting?
1, 2,
Three, that's three, not voting?
Emily, anybody else want to take these last two?
First, can I make my motion first, please?
What?
I'd like to make a motion requesting that the director of the Game Fish and Parks Department provide a plan and how they're going to address the ongoing neglect of our natural resource management. And I'd like that to be with at least some kind of outline, something within 30 days.
I agree with you, but I think you need to take it to committee first.
Yeah, I was about to.
Can we ask for a second or no? I mean, if it's going to fail, it'll fail.
I'll second it.
Second.
I always thought that.
Okay, then, we got discussion.
I can add that they
On the
present to.
timeline of directing a program director to do something.
Well, can I direct you to work with that department and
If you
have
want to
them?
direct me, you can recommend it, I do that.
Okay, well, I'll change my motion to recommend that our president work with the director of the Game Fish and Parks Department and provide a plan to the Land and Natural Resources Department within 30 days
Okay.
on the gross neglect of management of our natural resources.
Yeah. Never mind.
How long have we
Okay,
not
got a
had a
second?
biologist?
What?
If you want to know, how long have we not had a biologist? Because who's managing
No,
it right now?
it's since you've been there.
Thank you.
It's been there, so. Any more discussion? Any question? Kathy, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Opposed?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Not voting?
1, 2, 3. Oh, 4. Sorry.
Motion defeated.
That's that. Thank you.
All right, next one. Emergency legislation, you got two more. I'll wait.
All right. This one has, no, it doesn't. The qualified bids for Northern Plains construction? It doesn't have a number, it says the year on it.
Okay.
Is it the 347,000 at the bottom?
Yeah.
That's 157. Motion for emergency legislation. Any second? Chris? Any question? And all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion to approve.
Move to approve.
Any second? Ben, go ahead.
Fourth whereas, the BOR has allocated funds for renovating Phase 1 Booster Pump 2 station, which serves Upper Cutney and Old Edog communities. Whereas advertisement number 2024-11 resulted in 3 qualified bids: RSC Construction at $445,780, Northern Plains at $347,000, and Otter Creek at $350,504. Whereas the lowest qualified bid was Northern Plains in the amount of $347,000. Whereas the lowest qualified bid was reviewed by the RST Techro, RST Treasurer, RST Property Supply, BOR, DGR Engineering, and Land and Natural Resource Committee recommends the lowest qualified bid for Northern Plains LLC for $347,000 to the Tribal Council for approval. Now therefore be it resolved that the Tribal Council approve the committee's recommendation and directs the RST Rural Water Systems Department to proceed and award the Phase 1 Booster 2 renovation project to Northern Plains LLC in the amount of $347,000. But the bid was out for a while and all is included in the contract.
Discussion? Any question? Chris? Lisa? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed? Zero. Not voting? Two. And carried. One more here as emergency.
The next one is a contract for sources.
Zero. 1202.
It doesn't add up.
Still have 14 here, right?
Take off your shoes. There's 15, isn't there? Yeah.
There's
15 here. She was right, yeah, 1302.
I see this, I go up and look around, so I count too.
13, wait, remember Johnny Piggy's song?
What's the number? That resolution?
Move to approve emergency legislation.
Motion for emergency legislation, second by Charles, question by Chris. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting?
2.
Motion approved. Move to approve and numbered.
158. For the second. Emily. What? Right.
6, whereas RST Ordinance 94-125 establishes a procurement policy and procedures for use by department and entities of the Rosa Sioux Tribe. And whereas the procurement policy and procedures require purchases of goods and services over $25,000 and over to be approved by Tribal Council. And whereas the Rosa Sioux Tribal Council has enacted RST Ordinance 8201, creating the Rosa Sioux Tribe's Land and Natural Resource Committee to develop and coordinate all aspects of natural resources in the Rosa Sioux Tribe. Whereas the Rosa Sioux Tribe Land and Natural Resources Committee recommends that the Rosa Sioux Tribal Council approves an employment contract with Mr. Syed Huck, who has served the Rosa Sioux Tribe as a Director of Water Resources since 1984, for a yearly salary, 2 years, blank for 2 years, beginning in 2024, in accordance with the employment contract attached and incorporated by this conference, and now therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby approves the recommendations of RST Budget and Finance Committee and approves and authorizes the employment contract of Syed Huck, who has served the Rosebud Sioux Tribe for a director since 1984, with a salary of 2 years beginning in 24, in accordance to the employment contract, and be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorizes the tribal president and designated official to sign and execute all applications and all documents thereof. Did it go through budget and finance last week? That's just land and natural, correct?
It came twice to Land and Natural, but
Yeah, but it didn't go through budget.
We need to take that section out of there.
Yeah.
Over 25,000 comes in.
Okay, is there any discussion on the contract? He's a full-time employee, he wants to be on contract. That's what we're doing here, so. Ray, you got a question?
Yeah, I just have a question. So if it's a employment contract, is he still considered a full-time employee?
Sure, on that. I know what, I know he addressed the Land and Natural Committee, so I think you guys probably have more information on it.
just a little bit on your.
Can we go off there?
Can we go up there, Sam?
Talk about his issue?
There were some questions about that at committee.
Yeah.
RST Road Maintenance Program, 732.188 RDS Chip Seal Roads Chip Seal Project funding source has budgeted monies for road repair on BIA Route 1, south of St. Francis Kilgore Road, Route 5, the Grass Mountain River Road, Route 501 west of St. Francis. Whereas the RST Road Maintenance Program is requiring to use Bituminous Paving and Company as a sole source for purchasing a hot mix which is used during the road repair. The plant is currently located south of White River, South Dakota. Whereas the Transportation Committee did meet on the 11th and did motion to move it to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Council for discussion and approval. Whereas the RST Council did meet on and approve and recommend allow the RST Road Maintenance Program to submit and purchase order in the amount of $50,000, which will be used to purchase 500 ton of hot mix asphalt from Bituminous Paving and Company. Now therefore be it resolved that the Tribal Council of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe approves and purchase order to Bituminous Paving and Company in the amount of $50,000. Now therefore be it resolved finally that the tribal chairman and his designee are authorized to sign any and all documents pertaining to this subject.
Okay, is there any discussion on it? Not, we need a question. Question by Sheriff, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed? Not voting? And carried.
That's a big
Thank you.
Sheriff, you have a comment, question?
I do. I wanted to ask a question to Wayne when we were on the, Land and Natural Committee, but maybe I'll address, Emily, you're the chair, correct? Vice, we had a tribal member pass away due to cows on the road, and we made a motion for the Land and Natural Committee to start developing something to prevent things like that from happening. Did you guys have any outcomes, or is there anything that moving from council or?
So to be honest, that's the first time I've heard of it since I've been on our committee, so I know nothing's been brought through it that way. I do know I personally have brought it up at TLE because I had heard concerns about there being a death caused by a cow being out of the fence, and then when they checked the brand that they realized that they were like 4 cows deep, like 2 subleasers deep that were kind of illegal. And so I was asking those types of questions, but I didn't get very far. I didn't even know that there was a standing request to have us work on that. So if you could provide that to me, I could definitely follow up with it. But to be honest, this is the first that I've heard of that request.
Okay, yeah, I was
missed one meeting, so
okay. I was concerned because, I know that the cows belong to the tribal ranch. And I think that's something that's well within our control to put cattle gates up or have some requirements and to make sure that those don't get loose. Cause I do know when we questioned the director, he said that people come through and open the gates and it's hard for them to know who's opening the gates and when they're open.
So another thing that's kind of related, but not the same thing, is there's been discussion again from TLE, but I'm hearing that it's also happening between BIA and Solo. So hopefully we can all get everybody together, but having to do with compliance. And so, as you know, many of our programs are understaffed, but with something like compliance, in my mind, I think it's an ongoing thing. Like there's a list of everybody and you're just going down whatever that schedule is and you're eventually going to get to them, whatever. Well, because of the situation that's still happening, and so compliance is more of like a spot check when I get a complaint, or, hey, I drive by this every day, I'm gonna go look. And so there's really been a big push for how can we actually get ongoing, regular, across the board type compliance, because then we'd be able to check everyone's fences every year. But as you can imagine, with all of our acres and everything, that's a big thing. And so it might not be every month, it might be every 18 months or something like that, but we're working towards that. So those discussions have started, but nothing that I know of is other than if you get a complaint, they send a compliance and then they make a plan of action to correct it if there's an issue.
Okay, thank you for that. Tanja, one thing that we're talking about doing at the Judiciary Committee level with the former chair is that we were going to, include them in our commission ordinance, so that way they can issue citations. Because right now, I think we wanted to add them and our revenue investigator onto the commission so that they can issue citations. Thank you.
Sure.
Michelle?
Wasn't there talk about them looking into cattle guards as well? I remember that. Yeah. I just, yeah, it did, but I don't remember, like, there's been no follow-up. There was a motion regarding the cattle guard. Okay.
Scott, can I ask my question now?
Yeah, you can, and I think we need to recess, so. I know, yeah, I'm getting tired.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you if we've had a report on scattered sites when we had our last report. Because there's a lot of people that are getting home assignments and moving on to lands. And I've had 2 in my community and I asked them, did you follow the process? Are you on this list? And so, in that, I think Solo developed a packet, I don't know if TLE has one, as to the steps when you want a home assignment. You go here. But people are moving on to home assignments, not knowing when they're gonna have water and sewer. And I don't know if it's still like that, but before it was like 2 years behind. So I would like to get a report on where we're at with scattered sites.
I'll have, I know they, environmental health are help down and
Yeah,
they do
because-
contracts with Shorty's program.
Yeah, because last year, the one young couple with small children, I think you helped me, because I sent you the email on it, they got, because they were hauling water in jugs. They were using a water buffalo and a porta potty, and then when winter hit, Shorty took the porta potty away and said, you guys are gonna have to find some other way to do this because, the water buffalo, because they freeze up, so figure it out.
So.
Can I give a little update?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just because it got brought up at Land and Natural, I think it might have actually been Fremont who asked about it. The director, I can't think of his last name, so, he apologized, I think, because I think they must run through him now and for not bringing them on. He gave a verbal report and then we were asked that they could bring, I think we asked IHS to actually come to the next meeting and give an updated report. And so that happened at the last Land and Natural meeting. I just wanted to give a little update. He had them, like I said, it was a verbal update, but I don't have the number.
I'll have, young Colm do a report.
Yeah, that's who gave
and
that.
I'll have him send it out by email.
Thank you.
Yes, let's recess. Until when? I'll meet again, the 26th, I guess.
Will we just adjourn? Oh, no, not 30.
Oh, yeah.